Hey guys, how are you all beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is next part of Naruto and Mito Uzumaki. This is going to be a movie and Happy New Year every. Mito Uzumaki didn't expect a mysterious young man by the name of Naruto to come falling out of the sky. She didn't think he would be suffering from a case of amnesia as she attempts to help him. Although she did partly expect falling in love with him. NarutoxMito. Time travel. So let's start without any delay. He could see many things, there was others for sure, hidden beneath and waiting for the right trigger to start it. He felt some mixed feelings about it, an indifference, fear and anticipation. Naruto could only wonder about how and why he felt those things. His inconsistent and hesitant outlook about recovering his memories, as well as other subjects, or ideas, constantly molding its shape. The end without the journey. Again, he saw many things that he couldn't exactly discern, what might have been said and its surroundings. A multitude of different scenarios, mostly statics of background and people. The people in his dreams would say nothing, but there was a small sense of familiarity for a few of them. There was plenty of things he remembered, all that came rushing forward, bursting through like water through a dam. His eyes split open, breathing deeply. Naruto was on fire, stomach, legs and torso, everywhere was hot. It wasn't the near unbearable heat that summer gave, this was almost painful. Tearing the blanket off, he rolled himself in an attempt to get outside to reach cool air. In the blinding darkness, he didn't anticipate the sudden sensation of free fall for one split second. He felt the sting of the fall, but the elation he felt from the cold hard floor soothed it immediately. He laid there for an undetermined amount of time. Feeling fully awake, Naruto noticed the oddity of falling. He remembered falling asleep in his tiny tent in his sleeping bag this early morning. Something was wrong. Nervousness crept upon him, heightened only by the black. He sat up, the smallest hint of light being shone through a crack of a door in a lonely corner. It was his only solace in a land of nothing, a small and solitary beacon. He stood up and slowly inched forward, hoping that he didn't knock into anything. He felt the hairs on his neck stand, trying to ignore the feeling the walls closing in on him. A deep breathing that wasn't his own was heard in the room. Loathing the dark, he debated on just sprinting out. Something lightly grazed the front of his foot, his heart jumped in terror as he yanked it away. Only to realize from the little light that it was just a piece of cloth. Fuck, where the fuck am I? More to himself than anyone else. The second time he awoke to find himself no idea where he was. It made him anxious. Thankfully, he made it out of the room without incident. The door slid soundlessly behind him, nothing but the admittedly creepy creaks of the house was heard. He found himself outside, the house had surrounded a rectangular yard. The light came from a dimly lit lamp that hung from a tree overlooking a calm pond. He walked closer to the lantern, his ears ringing from the silence. Clouds broke and a pale reflection of the full moon shone. He pondered about his whereabouts as he peered at the bright moon. Despite the illumination that the moon provided, it greatly disturbed him, as it only revealed shadows. He was not confident in his ability to defend himself. How was he supposed to act natural if he was panicking? Perhaps that was something he should have brought to Mito. He took a shaky breath, what could he do? Then he felt it, that familiar little tug of a teleport seal. There were two, somewhere close nearby. A whisper from the air. A barely audible creak sounded behind him. His instincts kicked in, not the desire to fight but flight, and he disappeared. They had met their Senju escort, a full group of 6 for their 10. Pleasantries had been exchanged, an eager welcome for those that knew one another. She wasn't too familiar with much of the other clans. Names of course, but not to the extent of others in her group. With the exception of Naruto, who didn't know anyone but didn't hesitate to introduce himself. He obviously got swimmingly well with the others. So Mito, brought out from her thoughts, an acquaintance of hers had treaded up beside. Is there something you need? So, leading this so-called quest. An assignment, yes. She replied. Feeling her shoulders tense, they were never on such friendly terms, disagreements always seemed to spark. He shrugged. The obvious choice, a sort of prodigy of sealing arts. Sighing Mito. I didn't think you were exhausted, or was it because of the prodigy bit? Sealing just interested me. She didn't quite know what else to say. Ah, just that. Others obviously tried very hard, plenty never really had the talent to begin with. A bit disheartening when you say it just interested you, despite never actually aiding with teaching and. He ranted on as she frowned. Sealing apparently did come slightly more simple than others. Some formulas just appeared incredibly straightforward. Others didn't seem to share the same level of intuition as her. She also tried other non-conventional ways of applying those methods, thus, her strength of 100 seal was created. She felt her lips purse as he waited for her reply. It obvious that he was trying to antagonize her, sour, and his earlier comments would suggest he felt more deserving to lead. She finally spoke after he went quiet. There's nothing else to say, we are only here to create a specific type of seal. There is not much to gain here, no glory, just theorizing and brainstorming for an unspecified amount of time. She refused to say any more, ignoring anything he may have said. She really had no interest in leading or to take up the mantle of clan lead. HMPH. He raised his head and walked forward, breaking off their conversation. She felt herself relax slightly. She was never comfortable enough around people to be casual with. The few friends she had taken some time to become accustomed with. She found it difficult to connect with people. To be sentimental with them. She tried to find a rationale as to why. It might have come from a multitude of reasons. A commotion was heard, the familiar laughter from Naruto. He was with several people, all of whom were adding their own chuckles. One Kunoichi was touching his arms playfully. She observed at how he interacted with the others. Practically effortless, she would describe. If she was a prodigy at sealing, then he was exceptional at connecting with others. She then regarded the Kunoichi that was frequently touching his arm. The slight tinge of a blush, Mito pondered if she was flirting with him. She wondered at how she would go about that. Subtle seemed the best way to go about it. Except Naruto wasn't so perceptive with those hints. There wasn't much that she could do about it. She had no claim on Naruto. She felt that hesitancy and fear when approaching someone she liked. She didn't want to look too much into things about their interactions. Her opinion of him continuously changed. She moved forward, not wanting to look if Naruto noticed or returned her flirting. She felt some hours pass by, still nearly an entire day to reach Konoha. A light mood descended upon the group, several stayed vigilant to keep watch. She included herself in that list, as she was one of 2 sensory ninja. So she had an important task. It seemed that would go smoothly, but her hopes suddenly died out when she felt more than 3 dozen signatures. It was very unfortunate. A full stop had been issued and some whispers were heard before silence hung onto the atmosphere. As she waited, she got a hold of her surroundings. They had taken a shortcut, so there was only a small game trail, small trees and thick bushes with large trees that surrounded them. The Senju sensory type shinobi came trotting down to her. An anxious expression which she also shared. Hostiles? She asked. It's very likely. His eyes began to focus over to the direction of the fast approaching group. I count 36, confirmation. She counted quickly and carefully. They were moving fast and were barely a minute away. A sure count would make a difference. So there would be no surprises. That's correct, a 6-man team is slightly further away. A backup. He agreed as his team captain had appeared, relaying the information to everyone. She joined in too, and quickly dispatched groups into certain formations. There wasn't much time to convey much orders. She gave specific directions for several of her SEAL personnel, and everyone moved into place, laying in wait to see if they would provoke an attack. She saw Naruto, albeit briefly, with a fellow named Nori before she lost sight of him. A line had been formed, looking forward where they would appear from. Mito couldn't really describe herself anything less than nervous. Any fatalities would rest on her, they would stay with her. She tried to calm her nerves as best she could, to clear her head and try to end her opponents as fast as possible. No doubt it would be chaos with between groups this large. It didn't help that they were fighting in bulk. She sensed them, so very close. No any sort of halting or redirection that would signal a peaceful resolution. A few hasty traps were quickly set, paper bombs set against the trunks of trees. She shouted orders and activated one of the numerous seals on quiz that protected her thighs. She kneeled down and placed the scroll on the ground with her hands placed on the parchment, ready to activate. Her acute senses heard the bustling leaves and branches being swept aside. Hints of movement and sights of color in the thick evergreen and brown. The patters of a legion of feet being struck as they approached. Somewhere in the crowd, the metallic sounds of blades being pulled from their sheaths. A short tense moment of the dreadful hopefulness that they would survive. A blaring silence was heard before she heard an explosion rock through the air, triggering a chain of resounding booms. She saw the numerous ninja tools being thrown and heard them being repelled. She felt several chakra rays in unison from the opposing shinobi. A large torrent of water came rushing forward, cascading in a destructive force that flattened small trees, causing pieces of debris to ride the current. Now! She shouted. A shimmering veil of white sprung up from the scroll, connecting each scroll across their own line. The pressurized water slammed against the shield and continued to raise higher than her own height. She could only muse that there were better alternatives to the shield, but with such a low prep time it was a quick and dirty solution. Her thoughts were cut short when the water suddenly disappeared from view. Someone had done a Earth-style technique that swallowed the water, creating a layer of mud. By then the other shinobi had nearly reached them, some attempting to reach around the shield. Release! She ordered. The wall faltered, breaking away from loss of power from its sources. Several of her comrades had prepared several jutsu to utilize. A small wave of fire flashed ahead, several caught aflame. She heard the numerous ninja tools cutting through the air. The crumbling of the ground as Earth-style jutsu rose from the ground to stop them. The loud screeching of steel catching on steel. Trying to remain perceptive of her surroundings, she summoned another scroll when she spotted 3 running for her. With no time to utilize it, she had no choice but to discard it, She quickly made several hand signs and placed her hands on the ground just as they reached her. One of them caught her trap, crashing into the mud, paralyzed for however long until he disrupted it. She threw several shuriken at her downed target, but were easily deflected by his fellow shinobi. The two engaged her, but she was given no space to retaliate and only defend against their strikes. She desperately held off against them for several more prolonged moments until one of her teammates engaged one of them, leaving a skilled kenjutsu user for her to deal with. She reciprocated her attacker's assault, landing a few glancing blows as they traded. He had a more significant reach than her, his strikes like lightning as she deflected his slashes. Being pushed back once more as the nagging feeling of an enemy behind her. She risked a split second to gather her surroundings as to not be caught unaware from any outside sources. It had a cost. An unanticipated lower kick from her opponent made her trip, causing a painful fall into smoldering pile of embers that slipped between the cracks of her armor. Quickly disregarding the minor pain to focus on the attempt on her life. She saw his blade already starting to descend down at her. She was given a split second to react as she threw a handful of ash at his face. His aim was slightly off course as it bounced off her armor and unbalanced him. She seized the opportunity before he had the chance to recover. She quickly got to her knees. Still firmly holding a kunai, she quickly planted the small blade into his side. She felt the blade sink in and her hands becoming hot. Before anything else could be done, she felt several stinging painful sensations running along her left arm. She was left gasping for breath and finding herself sailing through the air for several meters before she landed on her feet. Looking for any signs of danger, she saw a shinobi near where she fell her opponent. Still alive and clutching where the kunai was still embedded. It felt like ages had passed since the skirmish had started, but she knew more than that. In reality it was more likely only a couple of minutes had progressed, perhaps less. The battle had spread further apart in the low amount of time. She checked her injuries, finding that her side was drenched with water, the armor crushed and slightly crumbling from a water-style jutsu. Her arm had 3 shuriken planted in her skin, crimson leaking out from her wounds. Minor injuries, so she could still fight. Her new challenger took a step. The uproar of battle blaring into her ears suddenly mimicked the sound of a graveyard, an eerie silence. She felt a shiver run up the length of her spine as she swallowed nervously. The only sound was her own quick shallow breaths, her heart beating so fast it felt it was going to burst. Her muscles non-compliant as she attempted to step forward. Her feeling of fright intensified before she quelled it. Her first thought was a genjutsu, except as a sensory type she was practically immune. The sense of uneasiness and fear rose as she identified the source of her worry. She felt the abrupt influx of an insurmountable source of chakra, raising so rapidly and so immensely that small stones and the earth itself rose several feet in the air. It took her a moment to comprehend that everyone else was just as awestruck as she was. She gathered herself along with everyone else to prepare for oncoming tailed beast-sized chakra, albeit feeling the comparison was insufficient. Confusion ran amok as both battalions thought the other possessed it. Mito felt the source flood the landscape of the battle. Flashes of gold and yellow and black filled her vision. The shinobi standing across from her was engaged, a short one-sided exchange was shared. Before the glowing figure forcibly crashed him into the dirt, he struggled for a moment before a hand was placed over his chest. Dark unusual markings snaked its way throughout his body and the movements stopped. Other scuffles were heard, several of her own comrades engaging the user before having their own movements sealed. The foreign sources flickered in some places, her sight allowing her to see a few bursts of smoke only to be quickly replaced. She closely inspected one closest to her. His glowing golden hair flowing wildly, wisps of orange that imitated flames. His form bright and luminescent, flickering between red and yellow. Seeing the kanji written behind made her gasp. The revelation that it was Naruto shocked her. His chakra had changed dramatically, both familiar and somehow foreboding mixed together. Naruto stood victoriously over his opponent, as well as many numerous solid clones. They each stood guard near their own prisoner. Their own allies that he subdued, however, he just sat upon their backs. She didn't know how to react, whether to speak or to merely observe. Shock still an immediate feeling. A clone, or the real one, appeared from out of thin air. His gaze capturing the lying form of the shinobi that she had stabbed in the side. He clutched at his side weakly, frail and pale with blood loss. He approached swiftly, coming to his side. "Don't worry, you're okay," Naruto whispered softly. Barely audible from her distance. Gently, he removed the kunai, causing a painful groan, and quickly placed a palm over his wound. "There, all better, right?" As he removed it a moment later. It was most definitely bizarre that there was no wound present. His vitality seemed to have been restored slightly. Dumbfounded at such an ability. "Thank you." He just nodded as he placed a hand over him. "Sorry, just a precaution." As the odd black ceiling pattern moved across the shinobi's torso. He peered around briefly, over the muddy, destroyed battlefield. Embers and charred trees with several bodies littering. Plenty were obviously injured, but alive. Several were questionable, yet when he approached them a moment later suddenly filled with life. Their brinks of death being halted. Mito felt the halt of the 6 chakra signatures that were their backup, intercepted by some of his shadow's clones. She noticed one of the clones looking curiously at her, golden odd-shaped pupils examining her. In a rather inopportune manner, he gave a brisk exaggerated salute and disappeared. She didn't know how to react from such a light-hearted gesture amidst such anarchic conditions. Incredibly inappropriate, yet, somehow reassuring. Taking notice that his entire presence disappeared, as did nearly every unfamiliar source. It took her a minute to get over her shock to realize that they had relocated nearly 10 minutes away. Mito checked up on the situation with her fellow shinobi. Those who had fallen were fine, exhausted and disbelieving. She was in a similar state as well. Naruto was still all with the others who had attacked. Curiosity bit at her when they were all freely moving around and the many clones that Naruto had created disappeared, leaving him alone. With everyone still recovering, she left someone in charge and went ahead to find the blonde. 4 others came with her, trailing closely. It was only after a few minutes after that she stopped. The adrenaline that had raced through minutes before had faltered. She felt the aches in her side and the shuriken still embedded in her arm. She grimaced at how she had forgotten about it. It hadn't bled much, thankfully, as she hadn't removed it yet. She washed in her hands in a nearby stream, the dirt and grime and blood being cleansed. When was finished, she grabbed one and winced when she pulled it out. She carefully removed the rest. The sharp stabbing pains her arms were a nuisance. She quelled the bleeding by tying a cloth tightly around her wounds. The others with her were silent, tending to their own flesh wounds. Finished, she concentrated on where Naruto had gone. Only to find that the large group had gone further away. His chakra was unmoving, still in the same location. What's happening? Why were they leaving? Did he let them go? Are you all right, Mito? A voice sounded from behind. She flinched, her heart jumping in fright before realizing it was Naruto. There was a hint of smile before it disappeared. Sorry, you stopped for some reason, so I came to check if you were okay. He was still shimmering gold, occasionally faltering before appearing again, and that process continued. The others behind him eyed him with fascination, curiosity and hesitancy. Naruto gave them a smile and a friendly wave before returning to face her. I'm fine, she replied after a second. How did you know I stopped? I'm a sensory type too, under some unique circumstances, shrugging and gestured towards the wounds on her arm. I hope that's the only thing you're woozy from. Inspecting the fabric on her arm, she saw it was drenched in crimson. Her arm felt unusable and painful, and every breath she took caused a sharp pain in her ribs. I just need some attention and I'll be fine. Want me to help you? I'll be fine. She replied as honestly as she could. Tightening the cloth around her arm. She looked into his eyes by then, a total change. His pupils were unnatural, a sort of cross, a sharp vertical pointed with a horizontal soft curve. Animalistic pupils, she had thought. Instead of the deep blue she knew, it was a pure orange. She felt her mind popping up with questions, a never-ending stream. She decided not to go with direct approach, but you always had to start with something. What happened? Why did you save them all? She asked. Did you let them go? He crossed his arms, taking some deep breaths. He was silent for a long time. I'm just... He sighed audibly. Tired of it, you know. She didn't. His words were soft yet firm. His body language was relaxed. But yeah, I let them go, he answered. That honestly confused her, at least as to why he let them go. Why, for what reason? They were the ones whom antagonized the attack. They should be dealt with the consequences. I nearly lost some of my people, she felt some anger boil over. His lax demeanor was also a bit bothering. He stood unmoving, as he replied softly, almost condescendingly. I stopped it though. I guess you can say that the honor of what I wanted to do with them was mine alone. I'm not governed either, despite the headband might display. All that doesn't matter though, the only thing that does is that no one had died. I would very much like to avoid that type of thing. She blinked at this. An impossible wish, yeah, but you still gotta try, right? There was solid conviction in his voice. A compassion for others rang clear. If you're worried about repercussions, I'm sure Hashirama wouldn't mind at all, and well, the guys I let go were just glad they were alive. They were desperate, villageless, you know. And people thought I jumped to conclusions too often. There was certain confidence about him. How he acted and responded differed from the Naruto she knew, someone who easily held aspirations and hopes. You're different. He raised a brow. Caught on her. So, all memories returned? She asked. Yeah, I definitely am, he replied. I also, obviously, remember practically everything that had happened since appearing here. I gotta say, it was pretty weird, a whole lot of mix of things that were left in that partially filled shell of me. I'm also not entirely sure about several things. What do you mean? You're not really making any sense. Yeah, but what I'm doing is potentially incredibly dangerous that I don't really know the ramifications of. He rubbed his brows. It gives me such a big fucking headache. I'm still in the middle of figuring it out. How I ended up here is a pretty shitty deal. His penchant for swearing was still prevalent, it seemed. She ignored it. Can you explain? I don't think so, it's all just theory anyway, it wasn't done just by myself either. I do like theory, and you're definitely keeping it up with all this intrigue, she replied. He laughed then. Well, honestly, it's practically impossible on where to start. It'll take too long, knowing you though, you're pedantic. He bore a small smirk, wiping his upper lip, but she could only raise her eyebrows. He had said it before, except with a little more grace this time. He turned to look, his eyes still that dark orange. The exception that there was no vertical slits anymore, just the horizontal one. How did you even do that? She asked incredulously. There was far too many details and explanations she wanted to ask. Healing. I mean, you saved their lives. Really jumping from one topic to the other, aren't you? She had the decency to blush in embarrassment, but he continued. He shrugged and continued on. I take a part of them, and replace whatever was lost. It's a young nature jutsu, I can't return people from the dead, they must still have the vitality for it, their own physical chakra must still be prominent. There must always be a balance between the two, although one can go without the other for a time. I mostly extend their time, but I guess it can be called healing for the most part. The guys I helped shouldn't have any problems. He stretched his arms behind his back and front, smoothing his black and orange jacket. This jacket is a bit tight, I only worn it for a bit of nostalgia when I came here. Rambling seemed to be a common experience for him, or perhaps it was because he just regained his memories. Openly contemplating the majority of the time while she took in the information. She noticed something in his quietness, however. His breathing was deep and perpetual, not calm at all. For nostalgia's sake? She asked. He took off the jacket, inspecting in his arms. Mud was apparent on the grimy jacket. There was worn seams and slash that torn the fabric that also reached his skin, but there was no gash that showed it. Yeah, well, there's a bunch reasons. A memory of my old master Jiraiya, a little keepsake for memories. A promise to be kept, a reminder of why I'm here. He was quiet for a bit as he turned over the jacket and circled the Uzumaki symbol. She noticed that they had walked away from the group that had came with her, she could still see them in the distance, but they couldn't hear. To answer something though, I am an Uzumaki. Let's keep at that. Rather significant news. You are. And what do you mean by that? His hands were entwined around the jacket, and seemed to emit such an intense heat for several moments. Instantaneously, the clothing turned to soot and ash and flew into the air. The smell of the fabric hung in the air for several seconds. Losing my memory helped, I suppose. I don't need trinkets to help me remember. A step forward, no matter how small, is pretty significant. Although I wouldn't mind reading my favorite book again, guess I'll just have to wait a bit. Now she felt like he wasn't just talking to himself, and she being deliberately ignored. Finally he turned to her. Don't you agree, Mito? Sure, I'm slow, but I know I'll never move backwards. He looked at her then, a gaze more significantly more soul-reaching. His eyes had returned to his original cerulean. There was changes to him that she couldn't really identify. So, Mito. The difficult and slower method to the goal, or the uncomplicated and quick process? Whatever goal that might be. She blinked several times at the odd and random question. He waited expectantly for her answer, feeling like her answer was important. Yet, her opinion had already solidified the moment he asked. The uncomplicated path, it's the natural one. It definitely is. He looked away and crossed his arms. He showed no indication whether he was happy with her response, or disappointed. I have my own opinions, of course. He didn't seem to be inclined to share it. A small smirk displayed he knew of this, and he began to talk once more. Your search for intrigue is pretty much over, at least towards me. It's a bit of game for you right now, and there's really nothing wrong with that. You're still a kind and helping person, a sort of bonus thing for you, I guess. But honestly, what I have to do goes beyond you and myself. What an anticlimactic end was the first thing that came to mind. She could only stare blankly at his declaration. Okay, was the only thing she could say. However, she still felt a great disappointment. He had another strange look. Trust me, it's probably for the best. This sounds like a goodbye. Well, that's because it is saying it so very casually, in a tone that would match a friendly hello or small talk. She guessed she preferred it that way. Nothing needed to be so dramatic at all times. Even then she was a bit surprised. Really? Yeah, it was really great meeting you, or anything that might have happened since then, he replied softly, breathless. His chest noticeably puffing, as if with emotion. She was saddened by this announcement. There were a few points in head that she couldn't bring herself to initiate. It felt silly to do such a thing. It was difficult for her to be personally sentimental. There wasn't much that she could ask. Is it a permanent thing? Even then, her words felt awkward and uncharacteristic. He raised his brow. The feeling that her thoughts were not just her own became apparent. An exaggeration, she thought, but the Yamanaka were not far off. He clasped his hands and placed it over his neck, his elbows sticking into the ear. Bearing a smile with his casual gesture. Well, maybe, I don't know yet. It made her wonder if he was just some lone vagabond, yet, he confirmed he was Uzumaki. He was deliberately choosing to reveal little of himself. A solid conclusion brought closure. Leaving it in air always left wonders. My amnesia came out of nowhere, but I guess it's all right since nothing got too complicated. He was visibly relieved. Yet, she noticed the steady decline in his chakra. Well, before I forget, I might as well take that seal off your wrist. He stepped forward, his hand taking her forearm where her wounds were. It made her flinch from the contact. He whispered, sorry. That's plenty of blood, let me help with that, all right? Okay. His touches were tender, and she recalled that it was probably the only form of contact they had that did not involve sparring. The numbing and the burning and her tenderness seemed to dissipate after a moment. Her wounds felt like cool water had been poured over it. She saw the results after wiping the crimson away. Her skin was clear, no hints that she had been hit. She felt a sort warmth as she was being healed. Once again, his chakra emitted such radiance. There was a clear difference as to when he shone, or even the day before. It seemed more mature. She had to ask but was forgotten once he moved up to her shoulder. Tensing, she felt an unknown air of expectancy hanging in the air between them. Nervousness crept upon her as he stopped and took a hold of her hand. Remembering that he was supposed to release the seal on her arm, she pulled up her sleeves. What is it called anyway? She breathed out. The Flying Thunder God. Grand, she thought. Before looking up to find he was staring directly at her. She felt herself biting her lip. His blue eyes widened, lip trembling. Oh, fuck me. He breathed out. The unexpected and scandalous words make her step back. She felt heat traveling up her neck. Naruto fell to the ground with a grunt, kneeling, his hands fly to temples as if in pain. Strained gasps escaping from him. Is something the matter? She asked. Feeling incredibly foolish after apparently misjudging the direction of his words. His eyes are closed tightly and she felt a noticeable drop in his chakra. Fuck, he said in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. Hold on, some really odd stuff is going on with me, we don't really understand. We was she seemingly included. He shook as he placed his trembling hands weakly on the grass. I hope this is only temporary, otherwise, physical connection okay. Okay. There's always the desperate plan. He stared up at her with a faraway look before finally focusing on her. Mito, might help, got 6 months or something stupid will happen to me. Such as? He hardly made sense, like he was talking to two people and continually mixing them up. Dying is bad. Right. The blonde chuckled. It wasn't funny. He toppled to the ground, his back planted in the earth as he looked into the sky. Non-existence is worse, I think. I'm not sure, I never died before, and this is unique. Thought I did die once though. Don't worry, you don't have to save the world or anything tough. He chuckled again. You should be trying to help me, she said sternly. From two sides. Oh, sorry, it's just hard to concentrate with two voices and this weird feeling, trying to keep Mito from knowing. She rethought her opinion of him. He might actually be partially insane. If he explained the bizarre things that were occurring, she might re-evaluate. Find me, I don't know where though. I hear waves. Your plan C, Mito, I don't think I can really depend on plan A saving my ass. Plan B is really fucking terrible. I can get back on my own but it'll be really risky. His words were spread apart, it took a lengthy amount of time for his to say a sentence. I have to find you. She asked, how did that work exactly? Yeah, there's not much. His chakra dropped dramatically once again, just like when he appeared by the meadow. Or just keep me in Konoha and after a little scare everything will be fine. Find the 9 tails. What did the beast have to do with him? Such a horror that clearly revealed its tenacity and malevolence. God damn it, again. His eyes closed, his breathing returning to take deep breaths. His chakra reverting to when she had found him. She decided to seat herself on the grass. Today was rather a bizarre day. She had certainly seen odd things in her years as a kunoichi. A full brawl had been fought, each side with intent to kill, and not a single person had died. Taken down by a formidable shinobi single-handedly. A chakra that surpassed the god of shinobi. To be so close to one was almost frightening. Does this mean he lost his memory again? She wondered how that all was possible, gain it back temporarily only to lose it once more. She stood up, finding that some of the others were making their way towards her. She would have to wait until he awoke. Naruto found himself in the dark once again. He landed on something soft and warm, a gasp escaped from it. Immediately, he knew where he was. Very soon after he heard the gasp, the side of his face exploded in pain as he once again fell from a height and landed on the floor in a heap. Ow, Mito, he complained, trying to soothe the pain by rubbing it. A bright white light shone out in front of Mito, easily repelling any darkness. It hovered above the red-haired woman, her eyes alarmed as they looked down at him. Widened in recognition. Her hair messy from sleep and her nightgown hung just over her knees. Naruto. You're finally awake. Why are you here? What do you mean finally? Where the hell are we anyways? He asked. She smoothed out the lines of her nightgown before answering. You're in Konoha, safe and sound with no one trying to harm us. His panic must have been easily shown. He felt like he was being keenly observed. Her eyes catching everything. So, what's the last thing you recall? He frowned. When we were by the fire. That was more than 24 hours ago, Naruto. She yawned in exhaustion. I suppose it settles that, however. What do you mean? You've regained your memory temporarily. He was still on the ground clutching his face, but that was soon forgotten. How does that work? You didn't explain. I'm hating myself already. Does that make me self-conscious? She yawned in exhaustion. How about you go back to bed so that I can explain it to you in the morning? There was a knock at the door and Mito called for the person to enter. A white-haired man entered, facial tattoos on his cheeks, triangular shaped that pointed downwards. He was in all black, cargo pants and a long-sleeve shirt. He crossed his arms and looking fairly imposing. Is everything all right, Mito? Your guest had awoke but fled before I could confront him. His voice was deep and serious. Seemed like a no-nonsense type of person. Something told Naruto that his demeanor was more severe than Mito's. Fine, I suppose. Can you please show him to his own room so that we may rest? Of course. He waited expectantly by the door. Naruto Uzumaki, this is one of our hosts, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Mito introduced the two of them. Hey, anything to eat? He asked. Tobirama nodded with yes, but also to acknowledge him. Naruto, I hope you can treat our hosts with tact and grace, his friend said. Well, to Naruto it felt like she would have added and emphasized more before the word tact if Tobirama wasn't standing in front. Sure. He replied, finally standing up. Good night, Mito. Good night, Naruto. He approached the door and exited, Tobirama closing the door behind him. He motioned to be followed and caught up next to him. They seemed to be headed for a second largest building. As he got closer, he noticed that there were 3 houses centered around a larger one. He saw a gate with a trail that led to the centerpiece, and the buildings themselves were on left, right and back respectively. Each building held patios with a section of the roofs covering them. 2 buildings on either side U-shaped with gardens and pools in the middle of them. He recognized where he had come from, a door slightly ajar from where he had slept. Someone was to keep watch on you inside your room so you wouldn't panic. It was fruitless, it seemed. Oh, was that you that was behind me earlier? He asked. I was. Yeah, you kinda scared the crap out of me. So why are you up so early, or late? Training. He didn't seem like a person that involved himself much in small talk. He was led to the second largest building, a simple rectangular house. He entered along with the man, immediately smelling the food that was cooking. The room was large, with several long tables for many guests or people to feast in. There were other doors that he could guess that led to the kitchen and other things. I'll serve, so you may sit down, he said. He sat down on by one of the tables. Several minutes passed before Tobirama came back carrying a pitcher of water along with 2 bowls on a tray. He set it down and he sat across from him. It was quickly set up, his own steaming bowl of soup laid before him. Itadakimaju, it was quietly repeated by him, and they ate quietly for several minutes before the quiet man finally said something. So that jutsu, you teleported. Mito had said you called it the Flying Thunder God. He frowned at the name. He really thought that the name was cool. Yeah, I did. He didn't leave a whole lot to expand upon. It was more like he was being interrogated rather than spoken to. It's instantaneous, is it not? You utilized the jutsu before I could say a word, nor did I see any hand signs being woven. Yeah, no hand signs, still, rather, it reminded him of something else that was shown to him in his dreams earlier before. Can I show you something that doesn't use hand sign either? If you wish. He continued to take small sips of his soup. Naruto held out his hand over his soup. The idea and principles of how to accomplish it came so naturally for him. A yellow spiraling orb appeared above his palm. It felt destructive. Tobirama curiously inspected. Interesting. I would imagine that you created it to complement your teleporting jutsu. No hand signs are needed, so immediate strikes can occur. An interesting combination. Naruto could only blink a few times at him. He didn't think of that, but his amnesia was a great excuse. Yeah, guess I might have thought of that. My shinobi also noticed that you've mastered the shadow clone jutsu. I've developed that particular one. I'm unsure how you came across that one, yet. Plenty of jutsu get stolen. He finished his dish then. The room you were in is yours. I've moved out the occupant that was keeping watch. I'm certain you can find it yourself. Have a pleasant morning. He left then, quickly depositing his dishes and leaving. He was alone then, before finishing up himself. He had found his stuff in the same room. Whoever was the person that was in room was now gone. He slipped into his bed, wondering how sleep was supposed to claim him. He had apparently rested for at least some time, blacking out with no memory, again. That didn't sound good. It slightly disturbed him. He awoke to a brighter room. He was lucky, he supposed. Thinking of all the mundane things made him bored enough to sleep. He heard some footsteps of someone walking by his room, some doors sliding open and the small talk being exchanged. He looked around for his clothing. Where the hell is my jacket? Even after some thorough searching he couldn't find it. He opened the door and immediately the talking halted. Two women stopped. Their gazes turned to admiration. It baffled him as to why that was occurring. They were soon knocked out their stupor. Naruto. Thank goodness you're. I wanted to say thank you. A wide smile as she bowed deeply and repeatedly. He was left standing awkwardly. You don't. He noticed, however, that her eyes were watery, a tear trailing down her cheek. You saved my little sister's life, she said, stopping. Mentioning to the person beside her. She blushed heavily, averting eye contact and looking down. Thank you, she said rather quietly. It was uncomfortable for him, knowing that he had no recollection of any events. No problem, but I gotta go. Thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. He heard it echo from behind. Focusing on finding Mito and finding out what exactly happened. He could feel the seal being centered around the kitchen he was in last night with the serious guy. He passed by several girls who gushed. The Uzumaki ones he barely knew suddenly grabbed him for a hug or a two-handed handshake. The less sentimental ones gave nods of acknowledgement. There was still several gazes following his every move as he walked to the kitchen. He saw the smoke rising from the building in the cloudy expanse of Konoha. Hearing the busyness of the town beyond the walls. Walking upon the dark wood of the patio of the house, hearing the sounds of conversation within. Quickly, he found Mito sitting along with a few other people before he being spotted. Crossing the distance, he noticed a few conversations have lulled when passed by, only to pick up once more. Mito's companions move away as she said a few indiscernible words. Sitting across from her, he took a moment to find out what he wanted to say. Which was instantly. What the hell is going on? Her raised her brow. Her facial expressions were always expressive. It conveyed a feeling of mild annoyance, expectedness and sheer interest. His mild cursing was ignored instead of being scolded for his use of language. He wondered if she simply accepted that fact about himself. We were attacked, you don't even remember that? No. No, I don't. He sighed, his thumbs resting under his chin. He tried to remember as much as he could. A blank space. Her lips began to purse. You had your memories, you seemed quite certain of that fact. I did, huh? What did you learn? Like you said, you've neglected to tell me much of anything. I don't think you expected to lose your memory again. How convenient. He sighed, tell me everything. She quickly glossed over it, filling in his blanks. The actions he had done, and how easily he had done it. He frowned deeply. I don't understand why I let them go, I mean, they were the ones who attacked us. He whispered. What the hell was he thinking? He saw Mito's expression change into one of devoted interest, eyes clear sparkling. Yet, she said nothing. It was so obvious, she might as well tap her chin and outwardly say interesting. Then there was that action she always did, biting the inside of her cheek. Looking over the interior of the kitchen. More Uzumakis cluttered the hall than the new senjus. There was curious glances sent in his way, hearing the news of his apparent heroism, waiters and waitresses continued to fly in and out of the kitchen. One stopped by his table and dropped off a tray filled with food. There was a feast prepared for our return, Mito started as she gave him a plate as well, one for herself. It was supposed to be filled with the clan leaders that make up the village, but when you... He continued to nibble on his food, wanting at least some distractions, and well, he liked her company. When It's confusing about how I should refer to you. Taking a few small polite bites. She shook her head and continued. When you had showcased your chakra pool, it was felt from Konoha, beyond perhaps. So that caused a bit of a stir here. Oh. Yes, the difference was that it was felt from non-sensory types. So you can imagine the reaction. He pictured someone tripping like Tobirama, falling over nothing. It was an amusing thought for someone so serious. She continued to talk. I hope that you'll amuse me one day to see whether that large of a build-up was really necessary. He thought absently about how much the food would have tasted far better than the breakfast than he was having. So what about the feast? It will be redone, I was told, by tonight. It was something that made his stomach grumble in anticipation, only to be ruined when he tasted the mundane breakfast again. So, since we're here, is there anything that I should be worried about? Rules and restrictions. Stay within the grounds, no noise, lights out and in bed by sundown. He nearly choked when she said it, only to find her bearing a small smile. It was rather new, and he was almost tempted to make fun of her lack of humor. He chuckled, barely resisting making a jab. No, none so far that I have heard of. Other than to keep clear from the grounds of different clans and other restricted areas. Avoid doing that, check. He stood up with a flourish. Sitting around with people constantly giving him looks filled him with unease. The desire to escape from the gazes was immediate. Turning towards Mito, he asked a suggestion. So, wanna go see what Konoha has to offer? It will be my pleasure. He felt this pressure, an uncomfortable feeling of anxiety. Like his brain was filled with some unknown weight. He guessed that the total feeling of looming disaster had gone, only to be replaced by that stress. It was definitely more prevalent now. Still, he walked with Mito, taking in whatever interesting sights that Konoha had to offer. The village was easily larger than the Uzumaki, and only growing still. There was much less construction than he saw. Mito dropped some information. The Hashirama had the power to create houses in mere moments. There was plenty of places for entertainment and restaurants, and the like. He easily passed the time with her. She gave more detailed accounts of what had transpired since he had blacked out. Do you think that Hyuga woman is here? I don't know, he lied. Naruto was certain she wasn't around. Perhaps I can see if Hashirama could let us visit them. She replied. He wasn't intent on keeping this line of conversation any longer. Or any product of his memories actually. Hey, let's try something. How about until the end of next week, we try and not talk about any of that, or attempt to try and find out what's wrong with my memories. She looked at him then, her pursed lips with some concern in her eyes. Something wrong? He asked. She said nothing as she tried to formulate her words. Even when she spoke, there were pauses and weird facial gestures. I wasn't certain how to bring this up, but you said when you had your memories, you said a few things that were a bit alarming. Obviously I will help, but I wasn't sure as to how at the moment. So I guess I was waiting until I thought I could. He blinked several times at her tirade. That's a lot of words that didn't really go anywhere, did it? She looked ahead, face suddenly turning stoic and voice mechanically. You said that if you weren't returned to normal in less than 6 months you were going to die. Oh. I guess that kind of sucks then, huh? He couldn't identify what he felt. She stopped in her tracks, and he only noticed a moment later. She seemed upset. You okay? She bit her lip, and he felt like she wanted to say something. Nothing. Her pace was quicker than before as she passed by. He lamented about the redhead beside him. A realization struck him, or more as a slowly dawning fact. She never really revealed much about herself, it went towards more someone else when he tried. He was tempted to ask about that, but felt it more wise to be quiet about it. There was hardly any small talk, that slightly bothered him. He enjoyed filling the silence, but he just accepted it for now. So they spent the last half hour exploring until it was time to return to the compound. He could feel his stomach violently grumbling. Mito stood beside, who raised an brow at the noise. He shrugged. What? I'm feeling tender. Like others within the room, he waited in the lobby near the closed doors. He heard the fragrance of the food from the kitchen, making his stomach growl continuously. It was a few minutes later until the doors finally swung open. There stood a plentiful amount of individuals. He recognized Tobirama, but not the others. The talking of the crowd lowered into murmurs as one standing beside Tobirama began to talk. Come, Mito said softly. The introductions or whatever was happening seemed to have finished when he arrived near the forefront of the crowd. He missed whatever that was being discussed, as satiating his hunger was the most important thing at the moment. Good evening, He rolled his eyes as the formalities rolled out. He partially paid attention, mimicking Mito's movements and introductions. He only remembered the descriptions of them, the blonde man, the fat man, the tall man. They were supposed to be important, clan leaders he guessed. The stoic, hard-pressed white-eyed caught his attention however. There was the Bakugan. The tall, serious black-haired old man looked like he carried no emotion whatsoever. How anyone could be so empty-looking was beyond him. He was instantly relieved to find that eating was well within his grasp. He shook hands with Tobirama, giving only a nod. "So, you are the one who single-handedly stopped those attacking shinobi." Again, this person was tall, he had darker skin, with his hair long and tied back. He seemed slightly less serious than some of the others before him. "My name is Hashirama Senju, and on behalf of the Senju accompanying you, I thank you." Thanks as he finished the handshake he proposed. There was an odd feeling as he did so. It was one that he couldn't describe. Hashirama felt it too, judging by his expression. They blinked several times in unison. "Have I met you before?" Naruto asked. "No, I don't think so." He sounded uncertain. "Weird," and he nodded in agreement. The Senju clan leader composed himself. "Mito, a pleasure seeing you once again. I hope that both of you will join me." She gave a confirmation, before Hashirama began to talk to the mixture of Senju and Uzumaki shinobi. Not long after, the large wooden doors opened with a flourish as people began to pour inside. "That was very odd," Mito commented. "You noticed that?" You both stood there for several seconds in total silence. "Huh?" He sat down to where he was laid. Mito sat down beside him as plenty others filtered into their seats, monotonously following the redhead's lead, whatever they were. It really did feel strange, especially today. There was a massive cliff face that looked so wrong, the date looking incorrect. At one time he thought he trailed down a familiar belonged here, but he didn't. He knew he was right, but he would keep it to himself. A bowl settled down disturbed his thoughts. Peeking around, he saw the distinct lack of the other clan leaders. Where did those heads of the clans go? They left, as they had business to attend to, Hashirama answered. His mouth watered as he looked down at his food. He noticed that others had already begun to eat. He picked up his own utensils as he mumbled a thanks of food. He ate to his heart's content, which meant stuffing his face quickly. He then noticed the others' stares. Mito's embarrassed look, Tobirama's stoicism and generally unimpressed look. Hashirama, however, looked mildly impressed. He felt Mito's foot lightly nudge against his. He definitely wasn't going to apologize. "It's really good food," he commented, before launching himself into his bowl once again. "I bet no can beat my hunger and speed right now. Here, try this." Hashirama placed another bowl near him. He rejoiced, as it was his favorite dish. He quickly took a few bites of it before he spoke once again. "Can I ask something of you?" "Yeah, go ahead." "How about a simple game of who can eat the 3 bowls the fastest?" He was actually stunned, not only him either but Mito too, with her eyes wide. Tobirama's reaction was also comical too. A frown as he rubbed a palm on his forehead, an exasperated sigh escaping. He laughed. "Here, I thought this place was boring." Hashirama smiled. "There definitely needs to be some liveliness at times, so it won't get a little dull." He motioned at a servant, who disappeared and later brought several plates out. "Okay, whoever finishes these 4 bowls first wins this." "Ha, I won." He gladly took the small bundle of Rio laid on the table. Hashirama looked slightly disturbed in his loss. He saw some of the curiosity shy away now that the action died down. Several others had joined in as well, bidding with one another. Mito had calmly and ignored the rambunctious event, so did Tobirama. "Hey, don't feel bad, I don't think anyone can beat me at eating ramen, he commented. So, I've been really curious, how did the village get formed anyway? He tried to take away the feeling of loss that he inflicted upon Hashirama. It wasn't the clan leader that spoke, but his brother instead. It wasn't entirely purposeful. It was years ago. This group of shinobi appeared, extremely skilled shinobi with an arsenal of Keki Genkai. They intervened in a fight between the Uchiha and Senju and were powerful enough to kill our father and the former Uchiha clan leader. They caused enough worry that both clans banded together to fight the threat, but they disappeared when we did so. We laid in wait for their return, but others had heard of our truce and several flocked to us to join. Eventually a village had formed. Hashirama joined. That's the incredibly short version and doesn't have the intrigue and grandness in the way I tell it. Oh, he replied, as both brothers bickered with one another. Eventually, however, he noticed people leaving. The feast seemed more lax than he initially thought. Naruto. Hearing the soft voice of the woman beside him. I want to talk to you for a bit. She stood up, and waited courteously for him. He assumed somewhere privately, so he got and followed her out. He was uncomfortably full. The thought of eating more food unsettled him. Small clutters of people walked out about the courtyard of the estate, either walking back to their rooms or to simply explore for a bit. He walked along with Mito. She hid her yawn. Was it really that late? It couldn't be past 9. I don't quite understand why he did that. Rather childish, don't you think? He expected something other than that. You're talking to me. I took part in it, he replied. I meant Hashirama suggesting the game, as well as the betting. He mused thoughtfully for a bit. Nah, I think I get it, you know. Well then, care to enlighten me? It's a sort of way for several people to bond together, I guess. Some light-heartedness, honesty and joking makes people at ease. It must be exhausting if everything is so serious all the time, not to mean that Hashirama can be the type of person. I've seen him act too. Like with the Hyuga, honestly that guy looked so serious. Even I felt like my soul was being sucked out in his presence. I suppose. She went silent for a little while. That's not what I wanted to talk about, however. He stayed silent, so she continued. She looked almost apprehensive, for some reason. You asked me to help you, so that's what I intend to do. Unfortunately, we've just arrived here, so I would like to wait a bit before asking anything. A couple days at most. I've also promised that you might be able to help with that broken seal of yours. Okay, he replied. It was plenty to take in. That's all right, I'm sure there's a lot to think about. You've placed your faith in me, I don't want to let you down. There was a ferocity in her eyes, vibrant as her hair. She also seemed uncomfortable, judging by her change in position of weight. He smirked. I don't think you need to worry about that, Mito, you'll do fine. If she was going to say anything, it was interrupted by someone who jogged up to them. He easily recognized him as Nori. Hey, Naruto, Mito. Would you two like to grab some drinks or something for a bit? He went silent as he waited for a reply. He looked odd, a faint smell of sake lingered from him. Isn't either a shinobi code to not drink? His brain was all funky, he definitely didn't recall that recently. He guessed he could go, but he felt strongly unenthusiastic about indulging in the hobby or whatever. Sure, I guess. Mito looked apprehensive, some disappointment tantamount. It looked like it was directed at him. Her critical eye judging him severely, before giving a curt reply. I'll pass. She walked on ahead, towards her one room. Nori was unabashed and merely looked back at him. Ready? He asked. Sure, he nodded as he walked with him towards a particular group of people, a mix of Senju and Uzumaki. It was late, and he was tired. The night had started good, then depressed into an annoying event, then into a more fun evening afterwards. He hung around the drinkers at first, the women got all so touchy and feely, one tried to kiss him. Her own form of thanks, she had explained. That made him uncomfortable. So he got away from the more drunken crowd and retreated into the sober group. It ended in a more enjoyable night. He just felt tired after all that time. He entered his room and quickly got undressed, when he noticed something odd. Where the hell is my jacket? It was almost funny at how 2 weeks had passed. There was a whole lot of preparation that he had generally steered clear of. Mito had been frantically busy, looking exhausted whenever he saw her. They would exchange some words and would eat together before she had to attend business. Most of the Uzumaki were relatively busy too, some had off days, but it didn't seem that Mito shared that luxury that often. Of course, he probably didn't help with his own situation. He sighed as he walked in the village, that felt oh so vaguely familiar. In some strange sense of déjà vu. By now those emotions was a near natural part of him, which he mostly ignored. In large it was to save his sanity, as perpetual anger was felt when he thought too much into it. There wasn't much that he could do since the past couple weeks. He wandered around the village a lot. Just like now, he met with another wall that spanned several blocks. Likely just for privacy rather than some terrible sense of fortification. Seeing as ninja can effortlessly scale the walls. He was curious as to what the walls inside held, a clan compound obviously, but for whom it belonged to. Naruto walked beside the walls, searching for an entrance to peek through. Before he found it, he encountered a banner that hung proudly on the surface of the wood. He recognized it immediately. A symbol of red, white and a midnight blue background. Shaped like a ball of some type of fishing lure. The compound belonged to the Uchiha clan. Soon after he arrived at the gates of which a guard lazily sat down behind a stand. He was seen approaching and on closer inspection, noted it was a woman. The chair she sat on was balanced on its hind legs with her feet positioned on the stand in front of her. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, along with large onyx eyes. She looked at him, a curious and bored stare. "Hey," he said. She took a sip from a cup that she held. "You're not from around here, are you?" Her voice equal in tone as her bored demeanor. "Obvious." "Yup, I mean other than the headband, people don't nonchalantly stop by the compound. Most of all the Uchiha too, they just walk straight in," she replied. He ticked against the metallic plate of the headband he wore, he had been ordered to wear at all times when out in the village. He had completely forgot about it, like it was second skin. "I'm pretty sure it's the same for all the clans, huh?" he asked. "Don't know, I'm not sure if I care or not." She stretched her limbs. A part of him couldn't help but peek over her, before averting. "So, why so interested in the Uchiha?" "I mean the Uzumaki weren't entirely on the good side of the Uchiha, but I guess obviously the Senju weren't neither. I was bored. Aren't we all? I wanted to see this place, I guess," he replied. She yawned, she didn't bother trying to cover it. Some Uchiha wandered inside, giving him some glances as they did. The woman, whoever she was, didn't bother acknowledging them. An example of some diligent security. "You saw it?" she said, lazily gesturing with her hand towards the myriad of buildings before giving up and falling limply. It looks like I did. He stood there, looking at it. The buildings with Uchiha going about. He was in a similar state as the woman, close to his age. Bored out of his damn mind. This conversation they were having was the highlight of his week. Probably, if he thought real hard he might find something. But he didn't feel like it. "Oh, you're still here?" she asked. "Yup. Seeing as you're still here, what's your name, you weirdo?" She perked up slightly. Her bored tone disappearing, being replaced by something more musical. Her expression and body language implied otherwise. "Naruto. Kado. Isn't that?" "Yes, it's a guy's name, blame my comedic father for that." Kado frowned. "Oh really?" he said sarcastically. Yes, he had a peculiar sense of humor. The deeper meaning he had none. She gave a brief pause. "What would that be called?" Before he could even give an answer she continued. "Anyway, he always wanted a son and I disappointed him, I guess." "Glad that bastard hit the dirt." She took another sip of the cup she had. "Oh," he replied. "Nothing redeeming about him at all." Kado made a show of her contemplation. "Well, there might have been some, but that was a joke. At least there's some silver linings and all that. So what kind of troubles did your dad give you?" she asked. "Well, if I knew I would tell you. One of them, huh?" she replied. Her attention drawn to some younger shinobi jumping over the walls a little ways down the wall. "Lots of them, sadly. I can tell you're great at your job." "Thanks," she said incredibly seriously. He could only smirk at her. "Anyway, I wouldn't know about that, I lost my memory." Kado looked at him. "Ah, not a whole lot of that though. So is it annoying?" "I would have been mad if it ever happened to me." "Oh, it's frustrating as all hell. Sometimes I'm not sure what to think, whether I'm nonchalant about it or just angry." She snorted. "So you're confused. I would guess that's pretty normal. I'm not speaking of personal experiences, of course. I would never understand how it would be." "Well, like I said, it's annoying. Just annoying." "Well, apparently I might die in the next 5.5 months, so yeah." She raised an eyebrow at that, inspecting him further. He saw her eyes flare, the Sharingan wheeling into existence that replaced her bored-looking onyx eyes. In turn, he wondered why she activated it. "I like you," she said. The 3 tomos in her eyes dissipated, once again her onyx eyes returning. "Ha! You do?" "Because I hardly know myself," he chuckled at his terrible joke. Kado shared his laugh, before finally releasing the balance had going on her chair. "Come on, this is boring enough." She stood and walked on ahead inside the Uchiha district. Is this allowed? I was told I wasn't supposed to go inside one." As he caught up with her brisk pace. "Guess we'll find out," she said. Anyways, not in the very least intimidated by the Sharingan. Oh, he really didn't know why he wasn't. It was dangerous, but didn't know how much. Ignorance was bliss. They engaged in some small talk as they walked around the Uchiha district. Some sent curious glances his way, before seeing that he was with an Uchiha. Otherwise no one really bothered with him. "So your name is Kado. Why didn't your mother have any choice in that?" he asked, looking curiously at several shinobi that were engaged in a spa. Hey, do that again," she yelled out. The one Uchiha who completed a water-style technique looked over to her before nodding. seeing her Sharingan activate as she looked closely at the person. "Oh, okay, what were you saying?" I asked. "Why didn't your mother give you your name?" "Oh, she died when she gave birth to me," she replied. He was a bit surprised by that, but she didn't seem the least bothered by it. It's weird, you're a lot more open than this other woman. You must like her if you're comparing her with me." He nearly tripped over a non-existent rock as they walked. "What?" he asked incredulously. "Oh, I was right, that was just a guess of mine," she replied rather happily. You like guessing?" Trying to deter from the fact that he really did like Mito. "I do, it helps with the boredom. It's much more fun when I'm right though." There was something almost refreshing about her, especially since he had been hanging around with Mito and the almost socially stunted Nori. Since he had apparently done some heroics, he had been revered, and that made him uncomfortable hanging around with the others. "So seeing as you compared us, I'm guessing you want her to be more open," and that she stopped, making her wonder why she did such a thing. He looked towards where she was looking at. There stood an imposing figure, his arms crossed. His clothes were black, fitting. His long dark hair as his cold eyes stared at him. He spared a quick glance at Kado before looking at him. "Madara." Kado simply said. The man known as Madara paid no attention to her. "I've heard of you. Hashirama talked of you, so you're the one that caused some disturbance more than fortnight ago." "I guess so," he replied. Madara looked at him critically. He didn't recall seeing him at the supper that was put together when he arrived here. Several bystanders looked at the scene between him and the Uchiha clan leader. He heard some inaudible murmurs from them. Madara walked forward and passed him. "Accept my invitation for a spa one day," he said as he trailed off without an answer from him. There was something about him, unnerving and annoying and infuriating. "I don't think I really like him." I'm indifferent," Kado replied. "Why do you think that?" Naruto looked at her, slightly puzzled. "I dunno, maybe because I'm tired of meeting people who are surly, or I don't know." Surly? Was he picking up diction from Mito? They have their reasons of why they became like that. Probably too many to count. Like life-altering experiences. How did these conversations get to where they were? She shrugged indifferently. Doesn't have to be, it's all those little things too. It made him think. What were all the things that made him into who he was now? He guessed it was mostly on perspective, on how little or significant those things are. Did he think about this before? He couldn't remember. Maybe it didn't matter and that was the end to it. It wasn't like he knew the entirety of his past. He checked the time with the clock that on the counter. It was already fairly close to when he had to meet with Mito. "Well, it's been nice hanging around with you, but I got to go. See ya later." She didn't bother looking away from a kid who had tripped and face planted into the ground. "Oh, okay, bye," she replied indifferently. He shrugged and made his way out of the Uchiha compound, wandered back to the Senju's area. He mostly thought about what Mito wanted. He felt genuine relief as he walked out of the Hyuga compound. Something about it caused him to be distressed. "Nothing, 2 weeks to convince them for us to enter and we found nothing of that woman you remembered." He said nothing as he walked on with Mito. His hands were in his pockets, just listening and surveying the streets. He knew there was some sense of incredibly vague familiarity. Wait, didn't he think that already? "I told you we wouldn't find anything that would help," he replied. Well, he didn't actually know, but she didn't have to know that. Am I the only one concerned about what happens to you? She replied sternly. She exhaled loudly in anger but otherwise revealed nothing else. No, of course not. I think I'd rather just try and remain calm about it. Everything will all work out, you'll see. It's supposed a tactic to not cause panic, he responded. She composed herself, talking calmly once again. It's having the opposite effect with myself. You also seemed certain that you will be eventually fine before you lost your memories again. Trust my word, he smiled. I can't when I'm supposedly plan C. The third choice in hastily formed plans, that will somehow help you, she sighed fairly audibly. His smile faltered. Well, when you put it that way, maybe it wasn't me, huh? Interesting, because it seemed like a third person was present as you kept talking yourself, when clearly you and I were the only ones in attendance, she replied. Maybe I liked to refer to myself in third person. He didn't sound so convinced of that himself. She turned, her eyes slightly widened at his suggestion. He coughed and tried to support his reasoning. I mean, I'm sure you met all sorts of far-fetched people. I don't think I would the first to refer to myself in third person. She sighed once more. You wouldn't be wrong. He laughed. So what's next on the list then? I mean, there's not a whole lot on the checklist, is there? Other than Mount Myoboku, find the elusive nine-tailed fox. 9 tails. One of the tailed beasts. Horrid, benevolent monsters. I don't think you can classify them as creatures, she spat with such distaste. It was surprising. If they're so evil, how come they're not around? They've seemed to be in hiding for some years now. I've used to sense them from a distance. It used give me night. She cut herself off then. He nodded. Nightmares caused by the beasts. It didn't sound all that great. You sure they're just not, I don't know, hiding their chakra? I'm certain. She replied with pride. It would be nearly impossible to locate them in this state they're remaining in. Besides, their attacks would have been passed around by word of mouth. The mindless beasts seem to revel in destruction. Mindless beasts, huh? He felt a strong need to reply, to defend. Except he didn't have an answer to that. He suddenly felt tired, a headache forming. So Mount Myoboku then. It's far to the west, a month of travel or more. Since we don't know the way, and there's a large expanse of desert, and then minor nations and practically no one living around the mountain. I would say a month and a half to find it. There was silence. So let me get this straight. 6 weeks to get there, and then back. On a mountain that never has been scaled before. Let's say 2 weeks to get to the top, or whatever form of civilization there, but hey, it's been that long since we've been here. That's already 4 months. Like 5.5 months to live. On top of that, we don't know if even if we go there that we'll even actually find anything. She only stared at him, a slightly concerned look. We could also just wait, but you didn't want to. Saying that it held grave consequences, or at the very least your tone displayed it. I think it was more of a last-ditch effort for you. I'm also less inclined to follow through it, so I will help you. He didn't want her to be so worried, he could only say the first thing that came to his mind. A journey to the west. A race against time, despite how long-winded it is. I'd say it kinda feels badass. You're unbearable. It did give her smile, so it was victory in his books. He heard a small commotion, both him and Mito looked interestingly at it. A small man was announcing some things. A shinobi village. I thought everyone wanted jobs in places like this. Ryo, I'm paying good Ryo for this offer. Naruto noted that he wasn't dressed like a shinobi, nor built like one. He seemed to be a servant, if the lady seated above him on a small platform was of any indication. Her clothing looked extravagant, a kimono, likely much more expensive than what Mito wore. Hers was more practical, built to withstand some combat. He turned to the redhead. Did everyone take jobs all the time? Almost everyone accepted missions that was assigned to them. Of course there were some of the more unpleasant ones that some skipped. Any particular ones? I've heard a feudal lord had desired a tailed beast as a pet, offering substantial reward. It still stands, I think, since they had been hiding for some time. Absurd, I know, along with seduction, that I'll never do. You mean the mission with that? Or seducing in general? He blurted out without much thought. He stood there feeling awkward. A nervous smile plastered on his face. He couldn't even look at her. She didn't respond either. Anyone to assist on an expedition to climb Mount Myoboku? He blinked at the name. Did you hear that? He said to Mito, whom looked like her rose-tinted cheeks were settling. How convenient. Yes, it is, she replied quietly. They walked towards the person, who was on a stand that made her tower over the crowd. Trying to catch the attention of other shinobi. The small man seemed to be a servant of this woman. So she's trying to climb that mountain. I wonder why no one's accepting. Do you know? He asked. Since the village is being funded by the Land of Fire's feudal lord, I would assume that income isn't quite much of a problem than it was before. Another thing to consider is that it's a very long-term mission, likely safe, but a long one, and there wasn't much time to relax since before. So you're saying that they're taking advantage of the peace then? He could understand that people would like to spend as much time with friends and family, whom might disappear within the next assignment or war. Yo! He waved at noble-looking women. He was quickly found, and the woman looked slightly grateful that someone finally was interested, but still looked annoyed. She waited where she was as the duo crossed the crowded area. You interested in climbing the elusive Mount Myoboku? I'll be paying fine compensation for escort. She carried a fancy-looking fan that she used on herself. She looked into her mid-20s. Looking even more regal than Mito did, with long black hair tied up intricately in some type of bun. He didn't know what kind, just that it was. Yeah, sure, when you leaving? He said. She only looked surprised. In 3 weeks' time, but only after I've procured another shinobi, if you're interested of course. Definitely, sign me up, although I'm not a part of this village, I'm sure it'll be all right. She sighed. Finally, months spent and we've got someone willing to accept, despite how brash and hastily it was done. I've grown weary and impatient because of it. He stood there as she went on a tirade. Her tone was more formal than Mito's, more long-winded. God, he was tired of it already. Well, name's Naruto, Uzumaki. He said after she finished. He kind of stopped paying attention to her. Nishi Kurenuma, a pleasure. Mito Uzumaki, the redhead, finally spoke beside him. She bowed slightly, and he followed suit, only rolling his eyes when he did so. Will you be accompanying as well? Nishi asked. Mito looked hesitant, and he really was curious about her answer. May you excuse us for a quick moment? Nishi nodded, and Mito turned around and walked some steps beside her as they went somewhere away from the bustle of the crowd in the square. Something wrong? He asked, finding themselves near an empty alleyway. The hum of the crowd still reached in his ears, but it was enough so that they could speak quietly. She stared into his eyes for several moments. "I've been thinking, I have some responsibilities here." "So you're not coming then?" "Oh sorry, finish." "Not just that, but what you've said earlier, about the mountain possibly not helping you with your memory. I'm concerned about it." "Yeah, but what you said too, how are we supposed to find something that seems to be really good at hiding, or impossible, you get it?" he replied. "It would be a significant waste of time if we traveled for nothing, it might cause your death," she said softly. "No, I think it would be best if I stayed and tried to find leads on where the nine-tailed beast is. With luck, you should be back with 2 months to spare, hopefully by then I'll find it." "You really think you can find the 9 tails? What is it that you're not telling me?" "That you have a spy network of some sort." "No, that's ridiculous." "We do, however, have allies," she replied. "Besides, I have to." He looked at her with slight awe. He could only smile at her. "All right, it's a plan. Except just not a very good one." "It's still a plan." It wasn't like he could come up with anything better. So, he would just have to leave it to her. They walked back to Nishi. It was very easy to spot her in the ever-increasing crowd. "So will you be joining us?" she asked as they neared once again. "No, I have some responsibilities to attend to," Mito replied. "A pity," she said simply. She looked over to him. "If you can find another shinobi for protection and escort, it would be fortunate." "Of course, I can find them myself if you so wish. You see, I'm wealthy, someone of mild importance, and being kidnapped wouldn't be acceptable." "Right, well, okay. I've been staying in the Senju compound, if you have to reach me," he replied. "Very well, Naruto Uzumaki." She then excused herself, and watched as he walked down the crowded street. "So, we try it out first, right? 5 years ahead." 5 years it is. Excited. I can't believe how lucky, it's just, I don't know. No time for such things, let's just do it. Right, action, what I always done. Naruto felt the incessant pounding in his head, pulsating like the clock he was hearing in his room. Such odd dreams had become a norm in his sleep. Although despite it happening in the night, he knew that it wasn't such. More like things he knew that were surfacing, he never did bother trying. There was something about this particular one that he kept rewinding in his head. The heavy weight that as it hung over him. Others were quickly forgotten whenever he dreamt. It felt significant, heavy. He stood up and fetched whatever clothing he was going to wear that day. Days that haven't changed much and offered only more boredom. It was later in the day when he found himself sitting in a chair beside Kado, practically looking at people passing by on the stand. He yawned. He had taken to relaxing around her recently. Nori wasn't available at all times, Mito even less. Kado was at all times, and he enjoyed his time with her. "So what do you do around here?" "Home. Sit around mostly, then head home." "Is that it?" "Well, I sleep too." He rolled his eyes. She yawned. "I really don't do much, I get tired pretty easily. Sometimes I train, sometimes I just look at the sky. Sometimes I read a book. Sometimes I do nothing. But only sometimes. Sometimes." He would listen to her talk, a voice that didn't carry monotone, and he would listen intently. The words that she conjured up to tell whatever she was talking about were something to behold. Anything else? Nothing. Nothing. Exactly, I meditate sometimes. She simply said. So how do you do that? You think about nothing. How do you that? She looked mildly contemplative. Close your eyes and think of a sandwich or something that can cease to exist. He saw red, of the light that entered through his eyelids. The slight incoherent murmurs of people in the background. The sounds of moving carriages and wagons being pulled. He envisioned a bowl of ramen beset in front of him. Just watch it disappear slowly, until all of it is gone. Then, just stay there. Slowly, he ate the ramen, savoring the metaphorical taste as he did. Until he came to a problem with the bowl. Of course, this was his imagination, so the bowl was made out of ramen itself. So then he ate it until there was nothing left. He opened his eyes. Wow, I didn't last 5 minutes my first time, Kado commented. How long was it? She shrugged. Not sure, I kinda lost track, I think I took a small nap. Naruto laughed and scratched his head, feeling like he had just woken up from a dream. The nonsense that he felt when he awoke. Well, I'm starving, do you know of any placing with any good ramen? I don't know any places in general, but some old man set up a place around here. Hey, would you like to come with me? He asked, before remembering something vastly more important than ramen. I mean, about something other than food. Like what? Her brow raised. You see, there's this mission that I have to go on. Life and death matter, at least only for me. Seeing as you're only one of the several people I know, I thought I'd ask you. He had already asked Nori, but had replied with being busy with his mission, and that he also had wanted to return home. It was understandable. She only stared at him for some time. How long have we known each other? Aren't we moving a little fast? She laughed at her own joke. So. She looked up, which might have been the sky if it wasn't the ceiling of the stand. Sure, why not? It really looks like I don't have much to do, which is really true. Great, I mean it is supposed to be at least 3 months long. Not too dangerous, I think. Oh, that's good. Something to do, and for a while. When is it? Supposed to start in the next few weeks. Kado sighed, from what he didn't know. Let's go have some of that ramen, you got me in the mood for it. Great. I'll pay. Right, half naked again, he sighed. He tried not to think of any arousing thoughts, because that would only lead to an embarrassing situation. Here he was surrounded by several people, some of which he recognized were from Uzushogakyo, but the other were likely from this village. He was laying down on a mat, his shirt off as he focused his chakra. He noticed the obvious appreciative stares that some of the women were giving him. Then the black seal was on his stomach once again and he tried to ignore it. He heard several murmurs, and the guesses and the words as they began to inspect him. He had already told Mito that it would likely not work, what it was on his stomach. There was a lot of words that he didn't quite understand that came from them. He laid there for another half hour or so, before he was allowed to put on his clothes. So, find anything new? He asked, although he already knew the answer. They walked out, the crowd inside dispersing for lunch. So he followed Mito and them outside towards the lunch house that he had eaten inside every day since arriving here. No, nothing. Figures, anyways, how is it with your seals? Slow, there's always danger when creating new techniques. There can be some consequences that we will try to avoid. Is there? Like what? He asked curiously. There was something about her when she was interested in explaining something. What we're trying to do is seal a living being inside a person. The problem is what would be the consequences of that. Would they continue to live, both the sealed and, container? So far we've created a new technique. We can seal objects within ourselves, like kunai, a variation of sealing scrolls. He was surprised. That was new. He had seen it before, definitely. So far we're just working on trying to keep chakra within it, but it's been unsuccessful, so we might try another method. Still on duty, right? He asked. Yes. Guess I'll just do whatever then. Perhaps he'll take up on that offer Madara gave him a week ago. Maybe tomorrow, or something. She looked for him, her senses felt slightly dulled. She yawned, covering when she did so. Her steps felt more lazy than usual, as she walked down the hall. It would be much easier to find him with her ability, but she didn't particularly feel like doing so. Mito had already looked in his room and found no sign of him. Mito had finally gotten a letter from her grandfather detailing the necessity of Naruto traveling to the mountain. He had approved, obviously. So it was another reason to find him. She had talked to Nori, as he seemed to acquaint himself with Naruto, somewhat frequently. Yet, he hadn't known his possible whereabouts. Somewhere within the Senju compound she had thought, but when she scoured the area, the kitchen and lounge and other places that might provide amusement inside, she had found no one that had seen him, or Naruto himself. Do you know where Naruto might be? She asked a passerby. Everyone within knew him by sight, and by name. He shook his head, but directed her to someone that had seen him. So now she went to the other side of the Senju home. I've heard that you might know where Naruto is. It was another Senju, thankfully, as she would no doubt had been asked with a quizzical question about why she wasn't using her senses. The person rubbed their chin thoughtfully. Our personal hero. It was something to see. Whenever this subject was brought to Naruto, it was the closest thing she saw to him being visibly uncomfortable. It might as well be another person, the blonde had said. Which had made sense. The Senju had continued to speak. I passed by him earlier. I think I saw him heading to the Uchiha compound. Thank you. So she left on her way. She didn't exactly know where it was, only a general direction. She had told him not to enter any clan's home, but it also didn't seem likely he would be inside. So she left on her way, attempting to find the home of the Uchihas. She spotted some wary glances at her throughout the village, but not all were directed at her. It was a familiar sight, seeing the tension between shinobi who only a year ago might have clashed against each other in combat. She ignored it, knowing that she was just as safe in this village as her own. She heard some kids shouting excitedly, the quick and fast approaching steps. She didn't expect to feel something hit her side. A child had run into her. The child stumbled back. Sorry, he stammered, mumbling. What's with the excitement? She asked. He was young, perhaps 6, but he was a shinobi, with the headband tied to his arm and the Uchiha crest emblazoned on his clothes. Sorry, again, I just wanted to see the chief fight against the stranger, but I don't know where he is. So I'm trying to find them. He ran on his way. Some other kids were scurrying around just like him. Despite her attempts to not use her sense, she could slightly feel it pulsating higher farther away. It wasn't near the compound, nor even in the village. Another, more intimidating source of chakra lurked near, several others hung around the two. She immediately recognized the two, one that belonged to her dear friend Naruto, and Madara Uchiha. She raced forward, curious and slightly worried, but she recognized another in the small crowd that seemed to be spectators in the two sources that occasionally clashed against each other. The wooden decker of houses and shops, and the curious civilians turned into lush green grass and large towering trees. It was only several minutes of sprinting when she heard the commotion, and wandered upon the scene. There, in the small crowd of onlooking shinobi, was Hashirama. Her eyes looked in amazement at the fight or spar that was occurring, in a display of high-skilled taijutsu between two persons. One of which she knew, Naruto was facing Madara in a match that seemed to be equal. Their movements almost seemed a blur between each other, as they blocked kicks, threw punches, grabs and reversals. They moved from one spot to another in quick succession as one gained an advantage, only to move to another as they lost ground. She wasn't a strong taijutsu user, as she relied more heavily on her use of seals. So she felt she wouldn't be able to keep up for long with Madara, or Naruto for that matter. She was reminded of the months of laziness that dulled her ability when they were attacked on their way to Konohagakure. Naruto was suddenly hit with a kick that sent him back a ways, and she felt a burst of chakra from Madara. She heard some quiet, excited murmurs from the people beside her. She felt a twist in her gut from worry. Fire erupted from the Uchiha's breath, forming a great wall of fire. The heat was so intense that she felt it from the distance. Any darkness was eviscerated from the sudden light. The fire closed the distance incredibly rapid. Without seemingly any thought, Naruto pulled two kunai out of his pocket and threw one into the air. Her vision of him disappeared and she held her breath, before the fire disappeared, like it was being sucked out of existence. There was a flare of light in the sky, and the sight was that of the sky lighting on fire. There was a lull, silence, as Naruto appeared from the torrent of flame. Staring down the chief of the Uchiha. Her gaze wandered to Hashirama, who was looking critically at the scene. Madara crossed his arms, and she couldn't tell what kind of expression he had. His eyes looked over to the crowd that was forming, before he disappeared, a mess of ash and leaves. The accelerated movement technique. Well, he's definitely excited, she heard Hashirama comment. It didn't really look like that to me. Mito replied. He was just testing the waters. He likes to fight, very much so with those who possess strength, Hashirama said. Even I want to spar against him. The acclaimed god of shinobi wanting to fight him too. If Naruto was that powerful, how come he had never appeared before? Oi! Her thoughts disrupted when Naruto called out, making his way over to where they were standing. Didn't know you came to watch Mito. I'll leave you two, I have some duties to attend to, before my brother comes nagging at me, Hashirama replied, before a swirl of leaves blew away. So you two sparred together before? She asked, when Naruto reached her. Yeah, just not really that, intense, I guess I mean that before we did some taijutsu and a bit. Something to prolong the dance, he had said. Prolong the dance? Heh, I don't know, said that would have made it more exciting, a slow build into a climax or something like that, he said, sounding amused. So yeah, like 3 times before, just very light taijutsu for the first time, slowly going faster, so today he decided to use ninjutsu. Hashirama expressed interest in sparring with you two. Really, he did. I don't know why, but I find that guy pretty weird, and I'm pretty sure he thinks the same of me, Naruto said. Both of you hardly interacted, how do you think that? He shrugged, don't know, just a hunch. Anyway, enough of that, I'm pretty famished, so how about we grab a bite to eat? That sounds nice, I have the day off for today. She replied. As they walked back to the village through the forest, she saw the other shinobi who had come to watch run through the towering trees. Great, it's been like a week since I last talked to you, right? Has it? She replied. Yeah, I've been counting down the days since I would leave, another 5 more days, damn that was fast. She couldn't really discern his tone. Disappointment. Along with her duties, she had spent the free time she had to locate ways of finding the 9 tails. Talks of politics, duties, and organizing made her weary. Mito was in charge that her subordinates followed rules, simple etiquette and their own duties. There didn't need to be an incident that would cause tension between the two friendly nations. So that left her exhausted at the end of the day. She didn't mean to ignore him, but she was too preoccupied. So, like before, I'm supposed to leave by the end of the week. Is it all planned out? Yeah, Nishi also invited me to a formal party, said something about it, because of how long we'll be gone, he said. A 3-month-long mission is a long-term one, and that's just an estimation. Yeah, and when I leave it will be 5 months left, no trouble remembering that, from how much you remind me, he sighed. Anyways, Nishi said to invite someone, so I thought you might want to come. She swallowed thickly before she could speak. To a formal party? Well, yeah, I just said that, right? It's all right if you don't, I could always go with Kado. Kado? Who's that? Oh, this woman I know, an Uchiha. I've asked her to come with the mission and she said yes. Just like that? She asked, surprised. It was also an unusual name for a woman. Yeah, she's great to hang around with, since I've met her a couple weeks ago. She felt jealously rear up inside her, it felt unpleasant to experience. She would spend a great amount of time with him for a long duration. I'd like to accompany you. Great, he replied, not quite as ecstatic as she hoped. It's formal, correct? Then we'd have to find the appropriate clothing. When did you say it was? She wore a slightly expensive formal kimono, drastically feeling less protective than her normal wear. It was made for more formal occasions, just like the one she heading to tonight. Her date was Naruto. She inspected herself in a mirror, making sure that all was perfect. Her kimono was red, with a great number of flowers decorated on the entirety of it, all varying in colors that meshed well with red. All of varying hues of pink, orange, red, white, yellow. The undergarment worn under the kimono was white, her hair was tied up more intricately and she had handled it carefully. Her sleeves were long and baggy, the sash tied around her waist was a deep red. She had worked diligently on her appearance. She wished her sister was here to witness this, as she was fond of dressing up and helping with others. Soon, she heard a knock on her door. Some nervousness crept inside and she rightly assumed it was Naruto when she answered. His eyes widened when she was seen as she felt her work was rewarded. He smiled warmly. You look nice. She controlled the heat on her cheeks. Thank you, you look very well yourself. His appearance wasn't quite as extravagant as her. He had a plain black-colored kimono, with an orange-colored hakama tied around his waist that just ended before his feet. He would get glances, at least for the color that he wore. Yeah, feels kinda weird, you know. You look fine, she said. I know I look fine, I just feel a bit odd. She wondered if he was trying to flirt, but she couldn't ask something like that. Rather, had the courage to ask it. Ready? He asked. She nodded. Great, come on, I'll show you the place. She followed him to the gate of the Senju compound. She caught a few curious glances sent their way but was otherwise kept to themselves. They walked the streets, and idly talked about a few subjects before they came to a large building that spanned several stories and took a wide amount of the street. Here it is. As he stepped inside, immediately a number of people were waiting in the lounge. She heard some laughter echo in the halls, before it became more muted and disappeared altogether. Naruto, a woman, walked up to them from the crowd of people. Naruto smiled at the person. Oh, hey there, Kado. So it was this woman. Her kimono was done up in the Uchiha clan colors. She almost felt her own kimono was far too complicated compared to hers. Thankfully, there were other women dressed similarly to Mito. Solid colors of red, white and black. Her sash was white, kimono above that a black color, and below it a solid red. Her long raven hair was tied up in a rather simple bun. Mito thought that she was pretty. Her large onyx eyes that hid the Sharingan looked at her. Oh right, this is Kado, and this is Mito, Naruto replied. Hello, Naruto told me a bit about you, Kado said. Mito bowed slightly. Good evening, Naruto has done the same. You look pretty great, Kado the blonde claimed. Thanks, you too. Before any other words could be said, she heard a voice that belonged to Nishi. Before long all the standing crowd was brought to a stairwell and traversed to the second floor. She couldn't help but think that Kado would be spending a large amount of time close together in the coming months. She immediately felt childish, especially when his life was in danger. The three of them shared a bit of small talk as they were led down the halls and into a large room. It was decorated rather lavishly. Statues of ivory as well as intricate wooden decor were placed around the room. Bonsai trees were placed around on stands and paintings were strewn around the walls. Wow, guess I was right when I heard this place was expensive. Kado said. So a venue? She nodded. Definitely the higher class. She agreed with her. What's more was that there no noise from any other places within the building. So it was likely there was seal placed in each of the rooms. It would make sense for something like it. They were led to a large elaborate table. Names were inscribed, one for Naruto, and herself, although hers were Naruto's guest. All the shinobi were together, those who were partaking in the mission. She sat near the end beside Naruto, with a man across from her. He looked to be shinobi trained with a scar across his cheek. Despite this, he looked oddly at peace, with soft-looking green eyes and long brown hair tied up in a ponytail. The name on the card in front of the man spelled Keizumi. Regardless, he did not seem to pay attention to any of the talking that was occurring around him. A soft hum filled the air from the quiet chatter, and a soft melody accompanied it from a musician that appeared. Some type of stringed instrument. Her knowledge in those arts was very limited. Kado sat beside the man known as Keizumi, but seeing as her seat was placed as Naruto's guest, she assumed he was not hers. Did you not bring a friend along? She asked politely. Nashi waved it off. I decided to join last minute just to see the inside of this place. Mito would have thought there might have been more people present, but there couldn't be more than 20 people settled around the grand table. Enough for the occasion not to feel too intimate, but sufficient to not be cluttered and impersonal. The host finally appeared. Nishi sat at the end of the table, right next to them. Good evening, friends. May I introduce to the shinobi and kunoichi who have graciously accepted my proposal to escort myself and scale Mount my Obaku, Naruto Uzumaki, Kado Uchiha, and my shinobi bodyguard Kazumi. Of course, there's Naruto's guest, Mito Uzumaki. I hope you all enjoy this evening. She continued on, but it was names that she couldn't remember with how many there were. It was another 10 minutes before the greetings were finished. Naruto sighed in relief at the end of it all. Then, carts and carts of food was brought in. The fragrance of many different kinds of dishes filled the air. Waiters and waitresses filled the table with plates, bowls and glasses. She could smell the strong scent of alcohol as different brands of bottles were brought out and poured into her glass, as well as the many others at the table. I'm pretty hungry, hope they have some ramen. Very unlikely, seeing the quality of venue, Mito replied. The blonde looked at her, his blue eyes bearing into her. I can always dream. It was amusing, and Kado shared her sentiment with a smile. Before we drink, Nishi announced. I'd like to have a toast, a drink for our youth. Hey, we have to drink, right? Naruto whispered in her ear. She nearly shivered, feeling a trail of goosebumps left by his breath. She replied breathlessly. It's only polite, at least the first glass. As she picked up her glass, everyone joining, she heard the rings and clings of the glasses knocking against one another. The five of them, Naruto, Kazumi, Kado, Nishi and herself, banged the glasses together, while others did same. To youth, Nishi declared. Naruto seemed to find something humorous about this, his brow raised and a wide goofy smile. Nonetheless, they all repeated after her and took a swig of alcohol. She felt a pleasant sensation crawl down her throat and put down the glass. What do you find so amusing? She asked. Ha! Oh, these two shinobi always shouted about youth. The springtime of youth. They also wore just green bodysuits and had bowl cuts. He was smiling, and it was somewhat amusing and slightly surprising, especially their fashion sense if he was telling the truth. They sounded unique. Waiters and waitress appeared beside them. They were given a small piece of paper, with small selections of dishes to choose from, as well as dessert for later. She chuckled from the crestfallen look on Naruto with the lack of selection of ramen, but otherwise grumbled and chose an order. There was idle conversation until the food was quickly served. Naruto looked hard and long at his own food before he actually dared to take a bite out of it. Gotta say, it's actually pretty good, Naruto mumbled quietly. Seen the prices? I woulda hoped so, Kado replied. This thing, probably would have you cost 50 ramen bowls. Say what now? I could have lasted a week with that. More like 2 days. He chuckled. Well, at least 2 days of food, that's good every time I eat it. You're saying you might get sick of this? Never mind, if it was the same meal then yes. Any normal would, Kado replied. Not me, at least for ramen. Hence, normal. They effortlessly bantered with one another, envy reeled up on how she could do something like that. He was mostly the one who would strike up a conversation while she struggled to do so. Slightly rude, don't you think? A feminine voice to her side. Her attention was brought to Nishi, their host and Naruto's employer. Pardon? His attention is not focused on his date, but instead on another woman. She swirled her drink her hand before drinking from it. She couldn't necessarily directly defend his actions. It would have been nice, however, if he was solely focused on her. Despite her wishes, it really didn't sound like him. It's who he is, talking with others. I'm fairly certain he will strike up a conversation with your bodyguard soon, or at least the person beside him. Oh, Kazumi. Nishi looked at him, who had his palm rested on his cheek, idly eating and staring off into corners. He isn't much of a conversationalist. I don't think that will stop him. You're the one that knows him after all. She turned her attention to her god. Keizumi, where is your pet? His eyes turned to her, and he spoke softly. I didn't want to disrupt our guests with him. Nonsense, he's small and hardly a bother, you may fetch him if you desire. There was a small hint of a smile. Thank you. Keizumi stood up, and he was tall, easily 7 feet but also slender. He gave the illusion of lanky, but he was a shinobi, so she knew better. The tall man took a small bow before leaving for whatever pet he had. Nishi turned to her once again. Have you seen him? Longingly staring at whatever piece of nature that resided inside. So he wasn't just staring at nothing, but instead at the bonsai trees and other plant life. I have, yes. I couldn't have him bring others down with his mood, seeing as this is going splendidly well. She gazed around, people joyously speaking with one another. Laughter rang through the room, and light music gave it a pleasant atmosphere. It's only natural for a host to worry about her guests. May I ask something? Nishi gave her a wave to continue. Your expedition to the mountain. Why do you wish to go there? Simple, just for a sense of adventure. Being the first to scale would also be lovely. Of course, there's also another reason, albeit slightly less significant. Have you heard the rumors? Well, if a noble desired a tailed beast as a pet, then this was harmless. She liked to travel too, and she would have enjoyed this expedition if she wasn't swamped by responsibilities. I haven't no, but what are they? I'm certain at one point you might have thought if it bears a name, then someone should have scaled it previously. That's how mountains bear their names, correct? Mito had thought it unusual before, but she hadn't thought much of it. Then, you're saying a community resides there? She looked at Naruto, who had halted talking with Kado, but instead talking to the young man beside him. Joking and laughing with him. So, perhaps it really was possible that he resided there, but what about the 9 tails? Nishi began talking once again, and she listened. Or anything of intelligence, this is old folklore, of century-old texts and stories. People made pilgrimages to scale it, some never returned and many failed to scale it. How had these people heard of such a mountain with the great distance? Why did they aspire to conquer it? Keizumi returned then, interrupting Nishi. His green eyes bright while a red hummingbird flew around him. He looked happy, differing from her initial impression. Nishi made a quick look over the state of the guests before returning to her. You were saying? Mito replied. Of course, well, I've heard different answers. So perhaps the origin is lost, or perhaps is one of these, or all of it. Strength, knowledge, enlightenment, and many other responses I've heard. Then, I've also heard of 2 other places that could do this, but I haven't really researched the other 2. She laughed, then Mito realized that she had several glasses of alcohol already. She looked around and found that everyone had finished their dinner and were on their dessert. She found cake in front of her. She knew she had eaten but didn't realize she had finished being so preoccupied with Nishi. The one that I found most interesting is to see what your future holds. Certainly sounds so. I would like to know that, despite how childish it might seem, Mito replied. I think people might have different perspectives on that, Keizumi. What are your thoughts? Knowing my future is unimportant to me, as he shared a crumb with the hummingbird as it flew around his hand. Bearing a gentle smile. I enjoy it now. Naruto. Kado. As she drew their attention. What do you think about knowing your future? I just hope it isn't so bad, Kado replied simply, shrugging as she took a slice of cake. Mito looked at the person beside her, very curious about his response. She expected a similar response to Kado. Instead, she found a frown. She raised her brow in surprise. I'd hate it. Nishi beat her to the question. Oh, care to enlighten us? Naruto crossed his arms, his eyes growing fierce. If I'd know my future, then wouldn't that mean that things are set in stone? That no matter what I did, everything would turn up that way? Nah, I'd hate to know that, or if it was possible. His blue eyes sparkled, then suddenly, the person beside him grabbed his attention and was laughing moments later. She returned her attention to Nishi. Interesting way of thinking. Honestly, I can't help but now share his sentiment. There's a certain passion when he said it. She stood up from her seat, straightening her outfit. It was a pleasant conversation, Mito, but I now must see to the other guests. Mito understood, and nodded in agreement. It was an interesting conversation. By then, everyone had finished their dessert and the waiters and waitresses began to round up the dishes. Hey Mito. Naruto said. She turned to him. Tell me about some of the weird people you've met. What brought this on? He shrugged. She guessed there didn't need to be a good reason for everything. So, she decided to tell him. She felt a smile tug at her lips. Well, once, I met a person who fell from the sky. He snorted. An amused smirk on his face. You calling me weird? That hurts, you know. Okay then, there was this one person who referred himself in third person. It's me again, isn't it? She laughed, which made him bear a grin. You know, it's been a nice night so far. She nodded in agreement. Truthfully, it was only a passing man. He might have been a comedian of some sort, or a beggar. Well, that's a hell of a lot less interesting now that I know it, he replied, before he finally caught sight of Kazumi sitting across from her. Hey, oh, Kazumi, right? The tall man turned to him, his hummingbird sitting on his shoulder. He nodded before turning his attention to his pet. Does your bird have a name? Tensho, she wondered if he always replied in a gentle and soft manner. He whispered inaudibly to his hummingbird, and it took flight around Naruto. He's my friend, he's free to go wherever he wishes. Cool, you're Nishi's bodyguard, right? Does that make you a shinobi of the leaf? Naruto voiced. In a sense, but the truth is that I'm bound to Nishi's family, rather than the country, Kazumi replied. You don't serve the village's interest? She asked. If Nishi's interests coincide with it, then yes. She has businesses and family here, so it will. Before she could reply, Naruto stepped up to talk. Well, to be honest, I am already kind of getting bored of talking with you. Well, she did say he would try and talk with him and not make friends. However, Kazumi did not seem to take offense. That's all right, he replied, seeming happy with whatever possibility. His hummingbird settled on his finger. She wondered about what subject she could bring up with Naruto. They had talked about plenty of things, but at the moment none could come to mind. His attention was once again brought to the man beside him, who had given him a plate. Oh, Naruto, I just remembered, she voiced. He looked to have a staring contest with whatever foreign appetizer he had been given by the person next to him. Yeah. Hashirama invited us to join him tomorrow. Us. Or you?" The blonde replied absent-mindedly, fiddling with the appetizer with a mixture of apprehension. "I mean, I don't want to interrupt your date." "It's not, he invited us," she replied to reassure him, or rather, to herself. He shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind, but the morning after that is when I leave." Popping the small appetizer in his mouth, disgust became quickly apparent before he rushed after his glass. She smiled widely at the commotion. "Phew, close one." She sighed, before standing up. "Excuse me." "Yo man, that was awful," was one of the last she heard before she couldn't hear him anymore. Feeling refreshed, she found herself outside, second-floor balcony. There was a garden on the ground floor, filled with all manner of plants that she couldn't identify. It was nearing fall, however, so it was a rather dull place to look upon, as none reached full bloom. It was quiet, so her assumption about seals were correct. She slid the door open and the noise seemed to have magnified before she left, or perhaps it was always like this. She found people centered on the open floor, a few more musicians had joined the lone one. The music had turned more jovial and fast-paced, differing from the easy, background style. Naruto walked up to her, an easy smile. "Oh, there you are. Hey Mito, do you want to dance?" She wondered if he was slightly inebriated to even suggest such a thing. She hadn't been paying attention as to how much he drank. On second thought, he likely didn't need to have drank anything to dance. I don't know how to dance," she replied. "So is that a yes or a no?" "Well, do you know how to dance?" "No, at least I don't think I do. Kind of weird for a shinobi to know how to dance, don't you think?" "Perhaps," she replied. It made sense, at least, for the profession and lifestyle of a shinobi and kunoichi. Maybe it wouldn't be too weird. Fighting stances and styles of dance shouldn't be too different, right? Then we are pretty light on our feet. Again, it made sense. She could only smile. "So, dance?" he asked once more. "We'll make fools of ourselves." "What makes you think they'll pay attention to us?" His brows were raised, and she noticed he was very expressive with his face. She still felt hesitant. "Well, I'm pretty sure I don't know how to dance, but I really feel like it." He looked around, and his eye caught Kado enjoying some snacks in the corner. His eyes lit up in recognition, but before he could take a step she spoke. I'll dance with you," she said hastily without much thought. "Great," as he smiled. Regret boiled inside her as he led the way to the dancing crowd. He looked around the couples as they awkwardly stood in the middle of the chaos. Guess we just copy the others." "Okay." He felt his hand rest on her waist, and she placed hers on his shoulder, her right hand intertwined with his free hand. Then they imitated the other couples dancing. Or at least they tried to. She thought their movements seemed awkward compared to the others. It wasn't a slow, intimate dance, but just lively enough for it not to be casual. Her movements felt rigid, sloppy, and she felt like a fool. She was about to voice her protest when she looked up at him. Yet, Naruto bore a wide, uncaring, cheery grin. It was infectious, and her current thoughts fizzled away. "See? Fun, isn't it?" He made her perform a little spin around and she couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing but him and her. "Okay, it is," she confessed. It was very enjoyable. Being held by him was a pleasant feeling. As they twirled around, she falsely led herself to believe that the night would never end. There was a heat inside of her, the possibly worst kind at the moment. The room had his scent, it was intoxicating. She had an incredibly lewd dream, one that was completely unwanted at the very moment. Her eyes flitted open, catching sight of an unfamiliar room. It wasn't hers, but she was on a comfortable bed. She briefly thought about how she got here. Yes. She was in his room, but no, he was not in bed beside her. She was still dressed, if not a slightly disheveled appearance. She attempted to ignore what her body desired, feeling deeply embarrassed. So she contemplated, generally trying to think of anything that would lessen the ache. They had been exhausted when they left, and Naruto had used his Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to his room. Both being too exhausted to go anywhere, Naruto had graciously given her his bed. It was practically dead silent. If not for Naruto groaning loudly, sitting up from the floor. "Oh fuck, my back is so sore." She heard numerous pops as he cracked his back. His voice was thick with sleep, he sounded sexy. It was an odd to think and embarrassing, it was not what she needed either. Except it was the only thing that could come to mind. She herself felt groggy, her chest felt sore from not removing her bra. Her mouth was like a desert, she really wanted some water. Yes, that was a line of thinking she should focus on. "You suggested it," she replied. Her eyes drifted over to the clock, whose handles didn't even click, hers did. Wondered why his didn't. She willed herself to focus on that line of thinking. It was late, very late. "I regret it, that bed has enough room for two, right?" In a very flirtatious manner. Nonetheless, it gave a reaction. "I'm going back to my room," she replied quickly. Standing, and trying to find where she placed her sandals and sash. He continued to speak to her in that husky voice he still possessed. "You know, I've been complaining that too little has been happening, but now I feel it's too much," he replied as plopped down on his bed, his voice muffled by the pillow he was buried in. She remembered his complaints, clearly. "Tomorrow morning is when you leave, isn't it?" "Yeah." He looked over to the clock on the nightstand. "Shit, I didn't know it was this late." "It did last until morning," Mito replied. She however felt it was time well spent. She did remember the sun was up when they returned here. Despite that, waking up at 4:45 was simply unacceptable. "We have to meet Hashirama at 9, if you remember." As she finally located her sandals, one was under the bed and underneath the blanket that Naruto had slept on. Which might have explained his soreness. "Yeah, I'll just be lazy for a bit. See you." She really wanted to bathe herself, to relax in the hot water for an unnecessary amount of time. She sighed as the door slid behind, and ignored the others' stares. "A casino, huh?" Naruto claimed, staring at their supposed destination. Herself, him and Hashirama looked upon the large. "Yeah, I haven't been to one in a long while, and this is the first and newly opened casino in the village hidden in the leaves." Hashirama commented. If she wasn't wrong, he looked extremely excited to enter. "I could hear the excitement," Naruto replied. "What do you think, Mito?" "I suppose it could be fun." It came out more than a question than she liked. She never gambled, but it might be interesting to try. "Good enough for me, and prepared to be amazed," Hashirama said. He led the way inside, and it looked very flourished, new. There was the familiar smell of alcohol and tobacco in the air. They were stopped from going anywhere further inside, but as Hashirama said his name they were given free pass through the line that had formed in the hall. Grumbling was heard as they did. This establishment was created to provide jobs for any of the civilian population. As well as a source of income, of course, the Senju leader replied. They were led through packed areas, before climbing up 4 staircases and into a more private setting. Their escort bowed, before opening the door and leaving them. It was significantly more quiet, and the smell less pungent. There was still some people around and about, gambling their money on a wide assortment of games that she couldn't name. "Let's start at the bar," the Senju clan leader suggested. "All right, let me just head to the washroom really quick," Naruto replied as he walked away, leaving her alone with Hashirama. They soon found a spot, with room for 4. A waiter came, and Hashirama said he'll pay for the first round. She wasn't indifferent on alcohol, in fact she disliked it. Not on the taste, but from what came of it. It wasn't long for the bartender to make their drinks, as he set them down in front of them. She sipped it. It was sake. "So Hashirama, what do you think of the village so far? I've heard that they look to you as their de facto leader." He was embarrassed, a tinge of a blush adorning his cheeks. It was strange to witness. "I don't see why." Madara was a large part in creating the village, he even named it. "So, the other villages followed in theme?" she asked. He laughed. "Unoriginal, don't you think? Iwa, Kiri, the only village that inherently makes sense is Uzushogakyo, seeing as how close our clans once was." It gave her some thought. Yes, the warring states, that escalated highly, didn't it? I honestly think it hadn't reached its apex. If not for the forming of the villages, we might have seen, well, more. She recalled a notice of aid that her grandfather was writing, one that was to be sent to the Senju clan. It was never delivered, because the talks of how the Uchiha and Senju clan had banded together had reached across the elemental nations. Despite the bad blood between them, it was forced to be reckoned with. Mito had no doubt that some clans that had joined with them, only had allied with them to be in the good graces of the Senju and Uchiha. Other clans had joined together to try and rival them, like the other great elemental nations. "Then, I suppose you have to be thankful for that mysterious clan," she replied. "Silver linings home. Enough of this though, I think we can make do without heavy topics." Now she had to think of something to talk about. If only it could show itself. Luckily, she was saved by Naruto's timely arrival. "Whoa, that wasabi from dinner!" he exclaimed. She could have done without that comment, however. He sat down and held his cup. "This for me?" She gave a nod, and he squinted before giving a non-committal shrug. "So, I hear from Mito that you're traveling to Mount Myoboku?" Hashirama asked. It was one of the things they had talked about the day before. "Yup. If you've heard of that, then perhaps Shikotsu Forest sounds familiar." "Sure does, Katsuyu, right?" Naruto scratched his head. "Whoa. Does that mean you know what Mount Myoboku holds?" "Nah, I don't." "Funny how that works. Shikotsu Forest. Was it one of the 3 places that Nishi had spoke about? If so, Hashirama had already traveled to it and met someone named Katsuyu. Mito. Her attention brought to Naruto handing her drink that he had bought. The glass she held was nearly finished, and both men were on their second glass. She was then brought into conversation. Both were fairly funny people if the jokes they made were of any indication. "All right, so, how about some cards?" Hashirama suggested, an excited chuckle escaping from him. "You want us to gamble with each other?" Naruto asked. Which was received by a nod from the other man. "That might end up with us hating each other." "I'm not talking about high stakes, just a bit of Rio. With the way you're drinking, it might go higher, then you'll start taunting my manliness." She laughed heartily, swirling her drink in her hand. I think it's a good idea, although I don't know how to play. Wing it. Don't be mad, cause I'm feeling lucky, Naruto replied. Actually, I'm always feeling lucky. So it was then when they found themselves at a table, accompanied by other patrons. She held some cards in her hand, just two, while others were laid out in the table. She didn't have a single clue as to what she was doing. Find pairs, that's what she was told. Bet. Call. They might as well be speaking another language. Apparently, they had to flip their cards, when she was told not to reveal them not long ago. What the fuck is this? Hashirama replied, spilling some liquor on his clothing. Which only made him scowl, which didn't seem to match his dark skin. In fact, he looked fierce. He continued to shake his head. I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this sort of thing, so I can understand losing to Naruto, but to a complete rookie. Oh, I won? She asked. She had the decency to look and feel sheepish, a black and white contrast between the other one sitting beside her. Ha ha. You fucking suck at this, Naruto stated graciously. I thought I won. She asked. It's a tie between you and me, so we split. All these words, terms, it's confusing as she took what apparently she had won. Maybe you should quit, while you're ahead and all, Naruto replied with a shrug. He took a sip from his glass, and she followed in suit. She had to pace herself, so she decided to follow in with him, as she had noticed he wasn't drinking as much as Hashirama. Or perhaps, another kind of game. Hashirama declared, standing up and collecting what were called chips. I can't lose them all, right? Beginner's luck too. Just how many things are there to do in here? She asked. Not enough for one night, was his reply. I don't think nothing will help my pain of losing, I'm a veteran. I don't think that's something to be proud of, Naruto replied. Hashirama ignored him, instead focusing on downing the rest of his drink. I lied, my drink helped a little. She couldn't lie, it was funny. To her at least. Standing up with the others to follow them, she felt unsteady. She didn't know the exact amount of what she drank, but it was definitely the same as Naruto. Following in step, they continued to talk as they went to another game. She laughed, chatted and drank with the two men. She was sure that there were plenty of repeated sentences, and some of it began to get hazy. Her face felt odd, mouth sore from smiling all the time. Mito was having a fantastic time. Even if she didn't understand the core fundamentals of the games they played during the start of their gambling spree, she would somehow win, but end up losing her winnings later. Thoughts on how much she had drank went in the back of her mind. The blonde yawned loudly, obnoxiously enough that she could hear it in her state. Well, you know it's pretty late, or early I guess, but I gotta get to. They were walking, underneath the pretty lights of the stars. There was a hint of light in the distance. Orange-colored from the approaching dawn, clashing with the different shades of purple. It was beautiful to look at. Wait, she was in the streets. Wasn't Naruto just saying that he was heading home? Now they were walking closely together, and oftentimes felt him brush against her. She remembered at one moment that he had wrapped an arm around her waist. Before anything else could be done, it was gone. She knew that she was a bit delirious, maybe it didn't happen at all. To be put bluntly, Mito knew she was drunk, if she couldn't remember how they had left the casino. Had they drank even more right before they left? She looked around her, but she didn't see Hashirama anywhere. She guessed it was fine, or it was likely that he stayed behind to play a few more games. She felt the warmth of his body as he staggered against her again. "You keep bumping into me," she muttered. "Mito, you're funny." Laughing in the dark, B meant it light-heartedly, but what did he mean? "You are drunk, more than me," she replied. What's the word?" "You're concise, but definitely not in the same degree of sophistication as sober Mito." He blew a raspberry, to seemingly even out the uncharacteristic sentence he sputtered. "I am elegant," she sighed. She was like a river, flowing between rocks and curves of earth. The streets, river paths, and miscellaneous objects, boulders. If that made sense. Her pace was as formal as it could be. A classy drunk then. But classy nonetheless, she responded, making sure to keep her head up and about. It was a struggle to do so, especially with how she was feeling. Which was good. From what cause? The alcohol and him being nearby. He chuckled, she always liked that sound. "I drank as much as you and Hashirama," she said. "Did you?" "Surprising considering I drank nothing," he replied, and she stopped and looked at him. Her mind was hazy, and it was an effort trying to form words. "You drank, I saw you," she reiterated, trying to confirm her beliefs. She couldn't have been wrong. That first cup of sake, sure, but the rest was only water and juice. "I got to go somewhere in morning, you know." That realization sobered her a little. If not made her notice a few things, an annoying effort to do while inebriated. He wasn't swaying, and he wasn't bumping into her. In fact, she was doing so, repeatedly. In fact, she was leaning against him at the moment. When did her arm wrap onto his? How long had they been like this? Whatever. It was nice, so she placed her head on his shoulder. He didn't seem to mind. Her state gave her a somewhat indifferent feeling, one that went along with anything, as long as she enjoyed it. And she really did like doing this. She felt a smile grace her lips. It was a very enjoyable evening. It had been a long. She shook her head, gripping his arm tightly. She looked at him, his sapphire-like eyes practically shining from the full moon. His expressive brows rose, before smiling, chuckling. "What?" Mito asked. He shook his head and neglected to respond. She clung to him, but he didn't seem to mind. She felt a weight in her free hand and noticed it was a bottle of sake. Instead of questioning it, she drank from it. Okay, that's enough of drinking." Well, guess it didn't matter since you drank all of it." He shook the bottle, before throwing it into a nearby trash a good distance away. "Nice throw," she said. "It's not that impressive, we're ninja." "It was impressive to me, especially in this state." "Don't we have a code about alcohol, women, and gambling? Or something?" Yes. Alcohol because you can't fight, well when you're like me. Women because they could be a kunoichi, if you're a womanizer, you're open. Gambling, money is precious, for the clan." He was smiling, she could even hear it in his voice. That was an amusing thought. "I get the alcohol part, so you're saying if I was womanizer, and seducing every attractive woman I met, one of them could be a kunoichi with a mission to assassinate me?" She nodded. "I can see why you're not the type," he blurted out. "I'm not," she replied. "I can't act, I feel clumsy and stupid." "I noticed, I can tell when you're being genuine, I think you can though." It took her a long while to even process his words. Was he flirting with her? She tried to smile as flirtatiously as she could. "How can you even know to do something like that?" It could look like just the same as a regular one. Again, suddenly she found that they had entered through a gate. Walking through pathways and opening another door, and another, and again. It was brighter out, the sun peeking from out of the horizon. Early risers were up, and rudely staring at them. How rude! It felt like another blink when she was handed another cup. This time they were inside, the empty and dark kitchen. "This isn't alcohol," she mumbled, despite that she had drank it all already. "It's water," as her cup was taken and filled with water once again. "This old man said it's good for the morning, lessens the hangover," he would always say when he awoke. "Uzumaki don't get hangovers," she said. "Everyone knows that." He laughed. "Well, that would have confirmed whether I was one, huh?" She giggled, but she finished the water she was given. It was still pretty tasteful. Before she found herself in front of her door, opened to her room, she turned around to see him looking at her. She stepped forward and hugged him, her arms wrapped snugly around his waist and face buried in the nape of his neck. "It was a wonderful night, thank you, you know," she mumbled, exhaustion rampant within her. There was a warm feeling in her gut from the alcohol she consumed. "It was pretty fun, you know, maybe not so much alcohol next time," he replied. Was her only reply. She felt amazingly comfortable, inhaling in his scent. "Well, we've been here for a while now and you're surprisingly heavy." She hummed, not paying attention to what he was saying. She was too far gone. "You can't seriously walk right into the room and pass out." She tried to form an answer, but she couldn't. All she knew was that she was weightless, and sleep overtook her. He crossed his arms as he inspected the large gate that was the entrance to the village. It was brand new, anything metal looked polished and shined. Now, he didn't see before, as he had came into the village by other means, meaning he was not conscious when he entered. He recognized, and he just knew that it was the same gate. The great difference was that it was new, while the one he knew was worn, and creaked and moaned loudly whenever it opened or closed. It gave him a headache, and he decided to outright ignore it until his memory returned. He wore his cloak with the Mount Myoboku kanji inscribed on the back. He had some other clothing that were sealed in scrolls, mostly for the different terrain that had been tasked for him. Desert, jungle, swamp, forests. He had only 3 hours of sleep before he had to get ready for today. He had went inside Mito's room to say goodbye. He doubted that she had even remembered that tidbit, as the redhead was still likely drunk. She had mumbled incoherently, messily drank the glass of water he had given her, and doused herself in blankets and was snoring a moment later. "What are you smiling for?" Hearing the familiar sound of Kado's voice. She had her hair in that long dark ponytail, her hair ending just at her waist. She wasn't dressed in the armor that Shinobi usually wore. It made sense, seeing as their employer wanted a low-profile escort. Instead, a black form-fitting jacket, with shorts that ended at her knees. "Oh, just about drunk Mito yesterday." She strikes as someone who doesn't do the sort of thing. "Oh, yeah, definitely, the prim and proper, she can take a joke. It's just kind of funny to think about when she's singing carelessly, and stuff like that," he replied. Called herself classy as she stumbled around. She smiled. "You look tired." "Didn't have much sleep, but when we stop I'm going to sleep for a long while," she nodded as a group approached from the gate. "There's our employer," she nodded at the entrance. There he saw Nishi, only a couple minutes late. She was accompanied by one other shinobi that he had met. Keizumi, he had recalled. There was something odd about his character. even his appearance. He had this serene look on his face, and even a little red bird was resting on his shoulder. He fed it something that was on his hand as they came close. "I'm rather glad there's at least another woman among us," Nishi commented. He looked at Kado, who only replied with a shake of her head. Whatever, it was probably girl stuff. Nishi took out a few envelopes, and handed them to him and Kado. "This is a quarter of your work, you'll receive the rest when we return to Konoha regardless of the outcome." All right. "So where do we go from here?" Naruto asked, pocketing his pay into his bag. "We'll go south, until we reach the coast, then we'll catch a carriage to bypass the other smaller nations. I didn't want to get involved with all the problematic political areas I would have to go through to reach safe passage across several nations. It would have been a nightmare." "Let's begin with running start," Nishi suddenly stated. He didn't know why he expected a carriage that would carry her. "Do you think you can keep up?" Kado asked. She smiled. "I've had some chakra training, so running is one of the least I can do." "Well, you're the boss anyways," Naruto stated. Nishi just merely nodded. "This is also a matter of pride for me. I may not keep up with trained soldiers, but I'll do what I can." "Okay, so how about we start then?" Naruto felt the lick of the splashes of water hit his face. He looked out to the horizon of the ocean. Well, it was pretty boring sight to behold. Especially seeing as it was same damn thing as couple days ago. Sure, it was cool to gaze upon when he first saw it, the chaotic waves, the endless expanse, the occasional creature leaping out of the water, only to pathetically fall back into it. That was it. It was pretty boring after the first few days. The other side, where land could barely be seen, didn't offer a whole lot either. Sometimes, there would another ship that he would catch sight of, or a port, town, or a fishing community. Those would catch his attention for a bit until he got bored again. There was always something he thought wrong whenever he caught sight of boats and other things. It felt like he was going at a snail's pace. However, just like the last few days since he got on the boat, currently he was rubbing the back of Kado. As she emptied the contents of her stomach into the deep blue sea. "Oh, I wish I knew about this," she said drearily, breathing heavily as her head was leaning over the ramps of the boat. "Nothing would have convinced me to get on one. Seasickness, gotta be rough." Naruto wondered how often he said it now, since he didn't know what to say to her, or how exactly he could help. The only thing he could offer her was a supportive hand, the occasional water and snacks that she could handle. So he would listen, to anything really. Like the waves crashing against the hull, the birds crying in the sky and Kado's dry heaves. Eventually, as with all the recent ships that passed by, he saw another port in the distance. "Yo, Nishi. Is that it?" She was settled on the deck, along another person on this ship of hers. She sighed, before turning to him. Yes, it is Naruto. "Thank goodness, now you can stop whining and I can stop puking," Kado replied. "What if there's another place that we have to sail?" "Please God no," Kado begged. It took a little while before they finally reached the docks, and then finally filing off to plant their feet on land. He supported Kado as they finally got off the boat, keeping behind Nishi as more people exited the boat. "Anything interesting here, Nishi?" he voiced, peering around the port. It didn't look to be all that large. He had seen others along the coast that were definitely grander looking. "Not particularly, it's just a small settlement with a little to choose from. Perhaps you might find something interesting in the merchants' quarters," she suggested. "We'll be staying for the night, seeing as it's only a few hours until sundown. Looking around, seeing a small mess of people going about their day, judging from the size from when he was on the boat, he could probably see everything the village had to offer in an hour or so. Nishi then explained where their hotel was located and left them alone. He saw Kazumi wander off, likely to go see some forest and find some quiet. It left him with a sickened Kado, fresh off of a boat, and she looked pretty terrible. "You know what I'll make? It's ramen, isn't it?" she asked. "You know me too well." She sighed. "I can do that, I guess, but I just want to sleep after." "Think you can keep down the food?" "Maybe." Naruto contemplated, instead of focusing on the general heat that he perpetually felt. There was something odd that he was experiencing, a little thing that he had noticed. Perhaps it was gradually growing, yet, maybe it wasn't and had always been there, festering like a parasite. He vaguely remembered entering the desert, much like a night of dreaming, and watching it wisp away. So his situation involved his memories slowly fading away. Hell, he was forgetting some of the conversations he had with people. Like Shin, was it Shin? Or Shin? He had talked to him along with Mito and EMI, but he couldn't recall the specifics of what he said. It was just one of the many conversations that had disappeared. It would likely continue to get worse with every passing day. Whatever that was happening to him, it was obviously linked to the weird shit that was going on with him. He felt the sand harshly scratch his face, forcing him to try and cover his eyes and feeling it sting from the hot sand. He might have been seen as a complainer, but by God he wished he was at the sea again. Not only was it pleasant and cool on the boat, it felt nice. At least without Kado's monstrous hurls. Now it was literally hell on earth. He had to cover his feet from the scorching sand, and shield himself from the burning sun. A sunburn would be the worst thing. The winds hardly helped at all, feeling more like a heat wave had hit him instead of a cooling breeze. He let out a dissatisfied grunt when he felt one. His eyes looked over the scalding sands, the dunes like a red sea, the winding sands gave an effect like waves. It was the sands that were a part of the land of wind. They were much further than the territory that they had claimed on the map, however. "Yo, Kazumi, where's your bird Tensho?" Sometimes Tensho would hover around him or seat himself on his head and peck at it for whatever reason. It was probably the most entertainment he would get. He should have brought a book. The tall man looked at him, sweat on his brow, and replied plainly. "Hiding in my clothing, from the sun and the birds in the air." Naruto looked up to find what he was talking about, finding several large birdings circling above in the cloudless sky. They were fairly high up, but they looked to be a large avian. A predator looking for any source of food in the barren land. "Fucking birds, you're gonna be real disappointed," he mumbled to himself. Not as quietly as he thought he did, as he heard Kado chuckle from behind. Even Nishi bore a smile as they walked. They had been in the sand for several days now, and were walking a calm pace. For once it didn't bother him, as it was a huge bitch to run in this sort of terrain. "So how long do we have to walk on this god-forsaken place, Nishi?" "Well, this desert connects with the land of wind, and it continues on for a significant distance, but we should be out of it in another week." "Ah, all right, so any sort of living, instead of bones of animals laying around." "There isn't many permanent communities, but we should pass by an oasis, that's where one of them is," Nishi explained. "So there are nomads," Kado stated. "I'm not sure why would anyone live in such a boring area." He nodded his agreement. Guess he didn't know why the reason why they continued this way of living. Maybe he had to live their life. Maybe it was the only way they knew how to live and survive. With the hours going by, the sun settled, and other nightly predators began to surface from the sand or from the crooks and crannies of rocks. It was slightly cold, surprising since it was so hot during the day. They had made the decision to keep going despite the darkness. "It's a bit hard to see, are you three sure we can traverse safely without getting lost?" Nishi said idly. "I can see fine," he replied. "There seems to be something big up ahead though, by that cliff over there." "It's a scorpion." "Cliff?" Nishi replied. Naruto saw her straining her eyes trying to find what he was talking about. "Like I was saying, it's just a scorpion, they won't bother us," I think Kazumi finished. "Well, they might be a bit more dangerous if they were any larger. Do they get bigger than my king-size bed?" Kado asked, but was only met with a shrug. "Seeing as I am the only one who can't see the cliff, I suppose the average ninja has more acute senses," Nishi commented. I never thought about that," Naruto stated. "It must be from all the training and stuff." It was times like this when he wanted something exciting to happen, but as usual, nothing did occur that would lull him out of this boredom. He joked that the reason he was forgetting things was because he was lapsing into some sort of coma to spare him of it. He sighed, "Yeah, right. It turns out this race against time quest thing that he was going on was a lot less exciting than he made it out to be. Other than the gradual lapses, that was annoying. So, if I'm correct, do you see that bump in the horizon? That's Mount Myoboku." Kado looked beyond the landscape to see the horizon. It wasn't hard to see, there in the distance surrounded by lines of trees, the mountain that had been written on Naruto's back. "It looked bigger on the picture," he commented. Apparently he had looked up on some information about it. There was something odd happening to him that much she knew. At times his gaze would go unfocused, like he was daydreaming. Then he would shake his head after a while and his eyes would blink and then he would go back to normal. As of lately, it had frequently been happening. Naruto had told her what had occurred to him, about his arrival some months ago and his affliction. In fact, he had told her twice. He was on a countdown, they would arrive at the foot of the mountain in another day or two. Just a few days earlier than their projected time. Kado thought he was really pushing his luck with what little time he had left. "That's because we're still several days left, those are smaller mountains surrounding it." "Damn!" Naruto sputtered in amazement. It was definitely massive in size, dwarfing other mountains. It looked significantly wider than the others by a wide margin. The peak was hidden by the clouds, so she couldn't figure out the height. "So should we keep going?" she suggested. "Yes," Nishi replied. "Perhaps a run, it has been a while." Apparently everyone else was as restless as him to see this mountain. Without much more encouragement, Naruto set the pace that the non-ninja was comfortable with. So that the distance covered would be much larger than if they just went on a full-out sprint. The landscape was such significant change from the desert, dull colors were nowhere to be found, or were simply unnoticeable from brighter colors. The weeks spent in the desert made them seem more vibrant. The greens, the blues, purple and reds from flowers and water. Beside her, the long grass was like a sea, greenish in color and swaying wildly from the wind. Its dancing could hide even the most active wildlife within it. Kado heard the quiet roar from a distant waterfall. This place felt alive and wild. They had been staying at the foot of the mountains for a week now. Even Naruto with his clones had some difficulty trying to find a place suitable to climb to a higher peak of Mount Myoboku. It wasn't just forest any longer, It had turned into a sprawling jungle with fierce wildlife and plants. Even now she heard all constant growls or whines from the local wildlife deeper inside. She was taking a break with the blonde, who laid against a large log as he stared open-mouthed in the sky. Kado decided to just lay on it, as it was large enough to be her mattress, just less comfortable. Some tents were set up nearby, along with a place for a fire when it got dark. Which wasn't any more than an hour. Nishi and Keizumi were off exploring a little around, taking last-minute exploration to find anything noteworthy. About the tall lanky man, there was something that seemed to be disturbing him recently. Perhaps he'll explain it, or not, she'd rather he'd not. So, what do you think we'll find up there? Kado asked, other than what Nishi had said before. Naruto shrugged. Frogs? No wait, that's a lie. Toads, definitely toads. Why toads? Is there a difference between them? No idea, I can think of a similarity between them, both would probably be pissed if you called them wrongly. Kado nodded at the answer, made perfect sense really. Haven't met talking toads yet, maybe I can cross it off my talking creatures list. You keep a list? It's in my head. Caught a talking fish once, and asked me to throw it back in the water. There was a silence, and she knew the next question like the back of her hand. You keep a list? Just in my head, like a cricket, but that one wouldn't shut up. Oh, cool. I met some snakes and slugs. One of them always wanted to eat people. He noticed just as quickly as her when she faintly heard a shift in the woods. Unnatural, despite all the other noise that constantly emanated from the jungle. They both shared a look before launching themselves towards to where Nishi and Keizumi had headed. What is that? As she landed close to this figure in small clearing, it held Nishi by her neck with an arm. It was only a moment until she recognized the clothing the other larger thing was. It had black rough skin, grotesque-looking growths sprouted from its head and left shoulder. It looked to from some sort of broken crown. With her Sharingan activated, she noticed that its chakra was similar to Keizumi, confirming that it was him. Only, disfigured, it was something new. This new Keizumi constantly twitched, hands, feet, head and everything else. Keizumi, stop! Nishi choked. Her small hands clutching his large wrist, even now she was several feet higher, her feet dangling to try and find a hold. Naruto dashed forward, and Kado was forced to follow him to deal with Keizumi's new form. Any techniques couldn't be used without harming Nishi, their contractor. Naruto had reached the duo first, fist cocked to collide with Keizumi's angry face. However, he had a free arm and effortlessly stopped that collision. It left Kado an opportunity to kick his wrist, loosen his grip. It did, however, feel like she had tried kicking reinforced metal. Nonetheless, it did the job as Nishi fell to ground with gasps and choked breaths. Before she could reach her, her eyes caught the predicted movement of their enemy. His fist stood over Nishi to smash Nishi that was clutched on the ground, so Kado dropped in front of her to stop this attack. Kado watched as Keizumi's both arms morphed in a surprising fashion. Where Naruto had met with fists, now stood a shield that launched him away with pure force. The one over her, shaped into a large bludgeoning weapon. With no chance of harming others, she tried to form hand signs to fire a technique. Except, faster than she thought, that massive fist trailed down. She hardly had enough time to attempt to stop this assault. Her hands poised to catch, but she met with overwhelming pure strength. She gasped in pain as her hands and arms stopped it, a leg giving way as she tried to soften the impact. Some of the earth beneath her feet and knee cracked, compressing into the ground as this massive limb hit her back. God, it hurt, at least nothing felt broken. Kado sent a quick glance towards the other woman. Nishi was still safe, looking wild-eyed at her. Kado! Naruto screamed. She looked over to him. With the large appendage still weighing her down, she watched helplessly at the once lanky man called Kazumi shot his other arm towards Kado, grasping her ankle, and she felt herself being thrown. The world became a blur for a moment before she heard the thunderous cracks of trees being torn down finally coming to a stop. Well, this one thing hurt even more than the last one, but she was still conscious. Her back and stomach, pretty much everything hurt actually. Injured definitely, but still able to fight, hopefully. Forcing herself up from the ground, she unraveled a set of branches off of her. She stumbled out from the brush, but it seemed that Naruto stood there. This time, however, he changed much different than earlier, in terms of raw strength. Both Naruto and Kazumi were in a rather one-sided lock. The crazed man had his fists shaking against Naruto's palms, with the blonde himself looking he wasn't putting forth much effort in holding him back. "Guess I'll have to force you out of it, huh?" Naruto stated. He lowered himself. Wait, he was going to jump. Ow, a headbutt in his face. Kado wasn't sure how to feel, but the towering man let out a pained groan before stumbling back and falling to the ground unconscious. Kazumi's shape reverted to normal, so it wasn't permanent. The black skin turned back to its normal tanned shade, as well as the shapes on his head and shoulder that protruded disappeared from view. Now, he looked serene. His pet bird Tensho came landing on his forehead a moment later. She wondered where he had gone off to. "You really just did that, didn't you?" she asked as she limped closer to him. Naruto turned to him as he rubbed his head. "Ow, guy has a hard head," he stated, and she noticed the difference in his eyes. Orange instead of blue, different shaped pupils too before it all returned to normal shade and shape. "You're different than earlier," Kado replied, seeing the different look in his eyes and the way he carried himself. "Yeah, this is who I am with my memory intact." For a little bit I guess. Naruto gazed over to Nishi, her eyes widened in surprise and a little fear. She tried to soothe her throat, but otherwise looked fine. Weird, it felt like Kazumi had been trying to kill them all. How was she okay? "Okay, whatever you say," she replied. Now she had to make sure that she hadn't broke anything. Well, other the stings in her shoulder, she was pretty much fine. She probably dislocated it, her back kind of hurt too. "Don't know any medical care, do you?" "Here, let me help you," Naruto replied. "Tell me where it hurts." She told him of the locations, and she felt a sharp pain, before instant relief flooded the area. Like nothing ever happened. "Wow, I didn't think, well, I don't know, medical ninjutsu existed other than that Hashirama could heal himself." Naruto gave a nod, before looking over to the collapsed form of Kazumi. "What happened to him?" Nishi Kado asked, but she didn't get a response. "I can answer that, I think," Naruto said. She looked into his cerulean orbs. "I noticed this guy can passively absorb natural chakra, much stronger than regular chakra that we have. Except we're pretty high in the mountains near Mount Myoboku. The atmosphere here is different, richer in nature energy because of a specific oil." "Why is it different?" Nishi suddenly asked, her voice a bit coarse. "Yeah, the oil that's here allows someone to sense it, and that usually evaporates in other climates. It's pretty much the best thing I can think of." "Well, you seem to know your stuff, so I'll take as fact." Even though I never heard of nature energy before, Kado replied. This Naruto shrugged. Still, there was similarities she recognized. Well, I'm gonna return to my shitty memoryless self soon. He said sarcastically. Kado, please get me to that mountain so the Fukasaku can get me back to the elemental nations. It has to be before the next full moon. The next full moon. That was even sooner than his previous deadline. Ha, you've been here before, Kado said, but otherwise listened to his request. She looked over to Nishi, who looked shocked at this revelation. Naruto sighed, bringing himself to the fallen form of Kazumi and slinging him over his back. Complicated stuff, Kado. Why is this guy so tall anyways? I might as well try and explain a few things to you guys before it happens, but let's go back to the camp first, alright? Come on Nishi, I'll heal you too. Hopefully I can figure out how to get us to the top. Mito had found a friend in Hashirama, as he had in her. He had commented that it was a bond of mutual responsibilities, because of their roles that they both played to their fellow shinobi and kunoichi. A couple of her childhood friends had applied to this mission, and had served under her. Thankfully they treated her normally out of their research. They had all left last month, and she had been feeling lonely with no companionship. Thankfully, her sister had come to the rescue, arriving yesterday out of the blue. Right now they sat together, sharing a glass of alcohol while playing a game Shaoji. So, how's it going with Naruto? She blurted out. Mito wondered how long she had held that in. What do you mean? Come on, you two must have gotten pretty close since then. She replied similarly to a whine. He's been gone for months now, it's not like we've seen each other. I mean sure, but something must have happened before then. She didn't stand a chance when a smile flared up on her lips. It was obvious that her sister had seen it. Instead of some giggle, or an accusation that she expected, it was a simple tilt of her head and a smile. He invited me to a dinner party, and we danced. The next day we went out with Hashirama to a casino, and I may have drank a lot. Her brow rose in surprise, but otherwise said nothing. Thankfully, I didn't do anything that I would regret. I gave a heavy sigh of exasperation, shaking her head. You make it sound really boring. No wonder I had you read stories to me when I was younger. What? Mito complained as her sister laughed heartily. I mean, I think my favorite part was that we danced together. There, that's more like it. Details, sister, that's the most interesting part. I feel like the only thing we talk about now is boys. Mito sighed. Yeah, but there's only so much you can talk about how the day went. Talking about depressing stuff isn't so wonderful too. I gave her a look. Would you have become a kunoichi Emi? Mito asked. Follow in your footsteps. Well, seems to bring too much on my shoulders. Maybe, I'm not too sure. I was too sick far too often in my childhood, and you're pretty brilliant when it comes to seals, or so I've heard. Mito closed her eyes for a moment, looking for a response. However, when her eyes opened she could not see her sister or the Shaoji board. Instead, she found whiteness and silence. Her sensing found Emi in front of her, but this was no genjutsu. No, this was different in its own way. It felt soothing. Like she had been brought deep inside of her own spirit. An odd presence surrounded her, one that was not her own. Well, what do you know? Looks like it was anger. How ironic, there was a chuckle that accompanied it. That voice, it was familiar. Her eyes widened, and she looked behind her. There she saw him. Clad in the same clothing he last saw him in. Naruto. How is this possible? Sort of in the flesh, he replied. There it was again, that different way he carried himself. His eyes were fierce, serious. I'll get down to it. I don't have much time to explain, as my chakra is already fading. So listen closely. Anyways, remember how I said how chakra could live without one for a time? This is it. When I've healed you before, a little of my chakra entered yours, but we won't have another chance to talk again until I'm back to normal, he stated, and she knew that it was the true Naruto. How do I find you? She replied, immediately on course. He looked around the empty spaces of wherever they were. That's the tough part. The bad thing is that I left to mount my obaku. Nice lead, by the way. I would have done the same thing. The fox is practically impossible to find, even I'm not entirely sure. She flinched. It was her idea that he should travel there. We haven't found the top yet, but when I do I should be back quicker than you think. My sense of time is messed up right now. How long has it been since I left to the mountain? For 2 months. So another 2 months for me then. Sort of, he thought for a moment. She witnessed what he was talking about. His body literally looked like it was fading, light passed through him and his feet had already disappeared. Listen, Mito. I'm pretty sure I'm somewhere in the land of water. That narrows it down. I did think it was near a coast of some sort, but that could have been anywhere in the world. She had tried her best to focus on the smallest bit of chakra from this 9 tails, but that process was agonizingly slow. He nodded. I can't help much more than that, but I have an idea. My time's run out, so listen closely. It'll be risky, but I don't really have a choice. When the next full moon shows itself from now on, that'll be your chance to sense the 9-tailed fox. You'll need to be there before anyone else, so travel around and plant my flying thunder god seals around the land of water to do so. That'll be your only shot. Find me quicker than anyone else. Mito saw yellow orbs appear from him, and his form started to quickly falter. What does the 9 tails have to do with this? He smiled. My other self is forgetting a lot of stuff, Mito. Maybe he'll forget you eventual, but this a team effort. I'll explain when this over. I trust you, Mito. Then he was gone, and she watched the small golden lights fly into the air. Mito, hey Mito. She waved her hand, shaking her out from wherever she was. What happened there? You kinda spaced out. Confusion ran amok. I talked to him, Naruto. You might have lost it, sister, unless it's some sort of weird ninja type things. The latter, I mean the former. She made a confused face. You know I always get confused about the former and latter. It's latter. Close enough, I think. To answer your question, it's the weird ninja type things, Mito explained. Come on, follow me. She did not wait, as she stood up and went through her door. She assumed EMI followed closely behind. Several people said their salutation to her as she passed by, and she responded with a nod whenever it happened. She crossed the main building, walking through a beaten path to reach the other rooms quicker. Maybe he'll forget you eventually. Continued to play in her head. Flying thunder god technique would be vital. Somehow, this 9 tails played a part in all this. Find it, and she would find Naruto. When it revealed itself, she would have to race to it and reach it before anyone else got there. The last full moon had passed, leaving a month before the next one appeared. The 9 tails played a part of this. Was it cooperating with Naruto? That was insanity to think about, nor could she delve into theory at the moment. Mito made a quick pace to Naruto's room, EMI calling out for her to slow down. She only complied when she reached the room he used before he left. Sliding the door open, she went inside. "So is this Naruto's room?" EMI commented, following in after her. Her sister curiously looked around the slightly messy room, eyeing the small amount of interesting objects around. "Yes, but you need to help me find any scrolls laying around. Look over that half while I check over here, it's important." EMI complied with her instruction, although with not the fervor that Mito did. She looked between the blankets, the tables, the drawers, or anywhere a scroll might have fallen. "Maybe he'll forget you eventually." She looked under the mattress and behind the furniture, but she could not find a scroll. It wasn't her that she was worried about, she could easily deal with that temporarily. No, it wasn't about her at all. If he could forget names and her or anyone else for that matter, then it wasn't too far-fetched to think he could forget how to do techniques. This entire plan was reliant on him knowing it. "I couldn't find anything," EMI declared. "Then it's not here." She frowned. He must have taken it with him. All those kunai that he possessed were gone. Then how would she? A spark of remembrance flashed her mind. She pulled up her sleeves. Black seals covered her wrist, the one that he had placed upon her in their spa. It was the only thing she had, and would have to settle for this, and hope that she could learn such a thing in a short time span. She had to. His eyes opened, finding the stars in the sky. He heard the calm flames of a fire beside him, and he saw Kazumi there. His appearance looked ragged, and he looked depressed. Different from the relatively calm appearance he always had. "What's with the face?" he asked, standing up, feeling a bit tender for some reason. He looked around, finding Kado and Nishi sleeping in their bags. Looking restless. His surroundings were different, that slightly disturbed him. It had started to become an experience he wished he stopped having. He remembered speaking with Kado about talking creatures. "You know why?" "I lost control, I turned into a mindless monster," he replied depressingly. "It's only thanks to you that I didn't seriously hurt anyone." He was lost, he didn't remember anything as to what he was talking about. He looked over to Kado and Nishi. Nishi looked to have some bruising around her neck, but nothing else. Only looking like they were having an uncomfortable dream. There was only a conclusion, was that his other self had interfered. Why again? Why couldn't he just stay? The difference this time was that he didn't remember what had occurred, his transformation for lack of a better word. When they were on their way to Konoha, and when they attacked, he remembered feeling anger. Such unbearable uselessness, that he could do so much more. It probably had something to do with those emotions, true and raw feelings. Something that can't be replicated in any other lesser circumstance. "So, why did you lose control?" he asked. I don't know, this place feels powerful. It just made me feel stronger, invincible. I just couldn't," he replied. "Then you showed me just how I paled in comparison to you. I'm thankful for you, that no further harm came to Nishi. I would have never forgiven myself if I murdered her." It was a long while as they listened to the sounds of the wilderness. The frogs, the wolves, the chirps of the crickets and the rush of the water. Before the blonde said, "You should sleep, or at least try to, I got watch for now." The tall shinobi gave a solemn nod as he made his way towards his sleeping bag, a distance away from everyone else. He gave a soft sigh, feeling, well, he didn't know. He looked to his side, finding writing supplies strewn about haphazardly. An open journal lay in the center of it all. There was something written within it already. Talk to Fukasaku, convince him to summon you, Naruto, to the elemental nations. Get to Mito, land of water, be like a princess in distress, just hopefully not entirely like one. Also, there's more written at the back, so don't write here. Show this to the others. He had bought the journal as a precaution, and he starting to use it made it all too real. A fear that had finally come. He got this, when he got to the port town. Now, well, it seemed the other him had written in it already. It told him that larger gaps were being forgotten. At first, he thought he was being forgetful. Now, he knew it wasn't true. Simple stuff, like small conversations forgotten, or ideas and other things. Yet there was some things he had thought about frequently, Mito's sister. He couldn't remember her name, yet he felt fond of her. He couldn't remember her name, but she was a friend. Even Mito, how had they met? He fell from the sky, that much he knew. He couldn't remember his first conversation with her. It would only get worse. He scratched his chin in thought. He was preparing to write. The paper was lightly illuminated by the fire, and even the bright moon helped him. He turned the page, dipping the pen into the ink and the page waiting eagerly to be written upon. You are Naruto. He wrote down the words, the date in the corner. You will never forget, Mito Uzumaki, her sister, Kado Uchiha, Nishi, Keizumi, Hashirama Senju, and the good stuff that is ramen. It brought a quick realization to him. He quickly dug desperately into his bag like his life depended on it. Only for him to be immensely disappointed. Ah man, he had no ramen. He gave a heavy sigh, and turned his focus back on the journal he had on his lap and continued jotting down whatever thoughts came to him. All this was only temporary, until he got his memory back at least. He finally made a choice. It wasn't difficult, in fact an easy one. To always remember them, he would return to his former self. Something that had to do with Mount Myoboku, with the 9 tails. With a smile, he picked up the writing utensils and got down to writing. About everyone, about what he was doing, anything really. Mito Uzumaki, an amazing, caring, pretty woman. She likes cinnamon buns, speaks a little complicated but otherwise is fun to be around. You kinda wish she showed you more of herself. Maybe he should have written that last part a bit different. It only made him try and think of her being naked, which was a very good thought. Well, this journal was temporary either way. He looked at the writing that was inscribed on the book. Only 2 days since the other him returned briefly. Anyhow, he was able to get past his anxiety about the lapses in his memory by focusing in on the now. He looked down at his writing, which explained that pathways were like mazes with many sort of caves that had been littered into the mountain, and that he had already tried and failed to scale up the mountain. No wonder his back hurt. He looked around him. The scenery had changed once more. Rocks and crags and those colors associated with gray was seen. It seemed life had died down the further they had made it up. Naruto turned his attention back to his journal. There was something else written at the way back of the journal that was curious. He probably had read it before, and by the date written on the top it was when he transformed. It was written choppily, none of the sentences really connected, like if thoughts were written when it came. Writing this down for myself. Everyone else is asleep. From what I remember from Master Giza Sage, there's a large maze to get to Mount Myoboku, so it should be pretty impossible or hard to navigate. He said something about the secret path, but the mazes and even the mountain itself is largely unexplored even during my time. I wish I knew the path. Summoning doesn't work, but that's expected. Still doesn't mean I'm not pissed. This doesn't help. Still, I know people have made it to the top. How did the toads expect people to make it up here? Will. Patience. I don't have the time for this. I've always been reverse summoned to mount my Obaku. Now, but there must be something that would help me get to the top. I've marked a dot on the map towards the direction where Fukasaku is, at least that should help a lot. This is life or death for me. Dying like this would be pretty pathetic after all the trouble I've gotten through. Nature energy, might that be a clue? I don't think I can go into sage mode in my lost self, but maybe he doesn't have to. Sense the energy around, not like chakra inside you, but the one that exists outside. Like the mint flavor in a chocolate and vanilla ice cream, it just enhances the taste. Sounded better in my head. Look at a flower, smell it, be calm, more importantly try to feel it, what's around it. Feel the power around you, the nature. Just don't try to collect it because you'd probably die. If I can't. What about Keizumi and his condition? I tested it out. Yeah, in fact I feel a pull when I tried to find this secret path. I couldn't go any further than that, so I marked the path where I felt this feeling. I can't. That was the last thing that was written, like he had been cut off. They were apparently near the top, but the plate of rock that went over seemed to be impossible to place their climbing gear, and for whatever reason sticking to them with chakra was too. It was like something was preventing it. Again, they reached another place that had several paths, and Nishi made a design on the ground beneath them. Etched into like a bunny. A pretty crappy looking bunny. He looked around, seeing that several were also drawn into the dirt. He followed her, and they walked. And walked. He might have spaced out, or he might have forgotten again. He looked at caves, looking for any sign of a deeper paths. Some didn't go far, but several of them went deep. Then they stopped for lunch after some time. Keizumi and Nishi prepared for lunch, while he and Kado made themselves comfortable. This is probably the longest mission I've been on, makes me miss some actual human contact. Even if it was just watching people go by, the Uchiha commented. Hey Kado, have I shown you this before? He fumbled with pages of his journal, trying to find that particular page. Ah, here it is. She took the journal from him, and took a read of it. No, you never did. I didn't. Shit, he could have sworn he'd done such a thing. This memory was seriously working against him. The only thing now he could do was depend on them and wait. There was some confusion present in her face as she read more of it. Kado seemed to read it several times before she finally talked. You know what? I'm not going to try and make sense of the confusing stuff in here right now. Anyways, your collected self explained that Keizumi was passively being influenced by nature energy. I guess that's his condition, so I assumed you could do something similar. Well, he could only remember fragments of Keizumi being turned into something, but he was drawing blanks soon after that. So he briefly turned back. Anything else? You said something about flying, but you weren't sure if you'd last long. However you'd go about that I wouldn't know. Then you said you needed to concentrate on finding your way to Mount Myobaku, so you went quiet and I didn't want to bother you much, so I kinda fell asleep in my boredom. Naruto raised a brow. You fell asleep? Her face flushed red. Yeah, happens. Besides, you didn't say anything for like half an hour as you wrote stuff in that journal. So what's this about? Nishi stated as she came closer, Naruto looked at the progress they were making with the food. Seemed Kazumi seemed to be handling the rest. Kado decided to give a quick explanation to the new development. Ah, so this notes you made. I had thought you didn't come up with anything. She continued to read the journal she was handed before Kado spoke once again. Yes, he explained a little to me before, but I don't think he expected something like this to happen. Let's just focus on getting him to the mountain, and whoever this Fukasaku is. There's something about a map, if you can call it that, vaguer than any other. Nishi dug into a large pocket, pulling out a slightly worn map that had seen better days. She leaned out across the expanse of the grey-colored earth. That's a map, he commented, seeing the half of the map was merely blank. There was some paths that were drawn that didn't seem far at all. It was mostly the edge of the mountains that were detailed. That's all that's been documented so far. I have been adding to little by little, but that would take too much time. If only I had those photographic cameras, but they are too large and fragile currently. It doesn't matter, Kado cut in. Let's just look to any indication to where this Fukasaku lives. Nishi became obviously excited as they searched for this mark. Yes, but I can't help but know that someone in fact lives in Mount Myoboku. Yeah, and you were in fact his student, despite the oddness in the writing, Kado added. Is that it? Naruto pointed in a blank space. Nishi leaned closer, lightly brushing it to make sure it wasn't some stray piece of dirt. It might be. I thought it was just some defect, so I never paid much mind. Now, to find this starting point. There it is. It isn't too far, thankfully. We might make it there by nightfall after we eat. Great, I've wasted precious time. He sighed. Don't worry, Naruto, we'll get you there. It felt like he was entering an entirely different area. While there was at least some semblances of life in the outer area, this one was absolutely thriving in comparison. Bugs of different sizes flew around, eating one another or landing on plants. One plant in particular seemed to devour an insect. That insect was the size of his fucking leg, and a just plant ate it. So, is this pinnacle of Mount Myoboku? Nishi stated. Wait, we made it? Naruto asked. I swore we just fucking talked about the writings in my journal. Kado turned to him and sighed. Honestly, you've been repeating so many things lately, I just want you out of my life temporarily. It definitely didn't sound like anyone here. He saw everyone look around for the source of the voice, but even looking closely in the surprising clear brush of this jungle didn't reveal it. Large mushrooms plants were planted around, and several toads hopped from place to place. Up here everyone turned their gazes towards the creature. Shinobi being caught unaware, guess this mountain really tore their wills apart. Well, what he thought was a massive boulder was actually a mountainous toad. Holy shit, and it could speak too. Well, what do you know? You were right, Naruto, it was talking toads, Kado replied, looking at the behemoth toad. Large, scaly, brown in color. Toads indeed. It's been such a long while since any humans have come here. From the sound of its voice it seemed to be female in nature. Hey ma, says Mount Myoboku on his back. Another, smaller, distant voice was heard. That he couldn't say, but it came from behind them. Naruto looked behind to see an orange toad, lazing around on a mushroom above. I assume you're all here to see the elders. This large toad stated. We were here to see anything for that matter, Nishi replied, slightly intimidated by the large toad. My name is Gamerheim, my son is Gamerbunter is the other young one. He tried again to look for the toad named Gamerbunter, he wasn't where he sat upon his perch. Instead, however, he felt the impact on top of his own head. Gah! As he fell face first into the dirt. That's future Toad Boss to you. That hurt you, asshole. Naruto screamed, trying to pull this asshole toad off of his head. It seemed to be sticking itself to him with chakra. Gamabunta, don't treat guests like that, the toad lightly scolded. Gamabunta leapt off of him, landing on the ground in front of him. The orange frog wasn't any larger than his head. But, considering his mother was like a mountain, it wasn't too wild to the imagination to see he would grow to that size. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. He replied, still glaring at Gamabunta, who in turn, was doing the same thing. Kado Uchiha. Nishi. Keizumi. Well then, all of you, you may climb onto my back. The elders will no doubt be excited that there are humans present on my obaku. Nishi made a mention towards him, a silent question to be carried to the top, and he complied. Right, she couldn't do most of the things they could. The others had already made their way to the top of the toad, along with Gamabunta. With Nishi in his arms, he clambered onto the toad. With a quick channel to his feet, he clambered to the top. Good, I'll be jumping, so keep channeling chakra to your feet so you don't get flown off, Gamahime said. You're gonna have to keep holding me, Naruto. Nishi's grip on him tightened and he flinched from her nails gouging into his skin. Alright, so how long we were in the maze, maybe I'll forget, maybe not, he replied. Alright, I don't. Nishi let out a squeak of surprise when they were suddenly thrusted into the air, and her hold on him tightened even more, that he felt like he was being strangled. Don't let go. He couldn't help but laugh. No, I won't. Nishi finally gathered her bearings as she got used to the ride they were taking, other than the repeated tightening. As I was saying, you've already explained the extent of your condition, so it's understandable that you often repeat questions and answers, but I can withstand it so you can survive. Was I really that annoying? To put it simply, yes. Ow. To answer your question, we were only in the mazes for 3 days. You had some trouble sensing this nature energy, but Keizumi didn't have much trouble with that. Well, that's good, he replied. Gamahime stopped their constant jumping, and Naruto peered over the edge to find shelter strewn all around, as well as entrance to a large mountain. Leading up to it were large statues of toads on the path to it. Large spiked spires were to the south, and even a plethora of toad statues were seen to the north. By the way, welcome to the land of the toads, Gamahime voiced. Yeah, so scram off now, Gamabunta added. He didn't have to say that, he wanted to get away from that little bossy toad as fast he could. He leapt off the mountainous amphibian, landing on the worn, hardened dirt. Naruto let Nishi out of his arm as he looked around the village. There was some smaller houses, as well as much larger ones. Likely not made for humans, however, considering that toad and humans didn't look at all similar. The doors were oddly made too. Well, it's intelligent life, Nishi commented to no one in particular. He looked up to Gamahime. Giant, talking toads, was that a normal thing? He was just a stranger in a strange land. Not what I was expecting, honestly, Kado replied. Toads, giant ones. How much time did he have left? He opened his journal, flipped the pages, all with dates written on the corners. He was just shy of a month and a half. Damn, how is he supposed to get back to Konoha in that time frame? Ah, this is good indeed. Been too long since Shinobi and Kunoichi had climbed our mountain. Naruto's attention was brought to the voice. At first he expected a large toad, but he hadn't heard any earth-shattering arrivals. Instead, it was a smaller one, the size of Gamabunta. Instead, this one looked old, not as old as he thought he would be. That frame of mind likely belonged to his complete self. This toad had a white mohawk, along with 2 stripes of hair on the sides of his head. A brown cape that it wore around its neck and green skin. My name is Fukasaku, one of the elders that reside on Mount Myoboku. He shared a look with everyone with a familiar name that had been burned into his memory, for now. What's up, geezer toad? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The others introduced themselves to him. The old toad eyed with him a twitch of his eye with the clear disrespect but otherwise said nothing. Always interesting to see humans arrive, but your arrival does not come at a surprise. Everyone along with him perked up at that admission. They looked at the small frog curiously. Nishi was the first to speak. Out of all the rumors, I never expected Future Sight the one to be true. Ah, so you have heard some rumors then. However, we have been told by the Great Lord Elder of 4 arrivals, and one of them being a disruptor. One of us being a disruptor. Sounds kinda cheesy if you ask me, Kado replied. Then there was silence. Naruto then realized that the other 3 people he was with were looking at him. What? Well, none of us are suffering from a unique condition, Nishi commented, while the others nodded in agreement. True, I guess, he replied. So, this disruptor, how peculiar, what does that entail? Nishi asked. Naruto peered around. Gamerheim was listening out of curiosity and he saw other abundant toads lazing around on giant leaves or on top of their buildings. I think it would be better if I brought you 4 to the Great Elder himself, so please, follow me. A prophecy. He frowned, but kept silent. They were trying to help him after all. Either way, this large, older toad sage said that it wasn't exactly accurate. This one was the same size as Gamerheim, but even older than the mohawk-wearing toad. His eyes were partly closed and wrinkles were dotted all around him. He sat upon a throne-looking seat, and 2 other toads sat in front, one of them being Fukasaku himself. Yes, you are one of the 2 great renderers that shattered the entire time itself, he explained, and Naruto felt the palpable silence that filled the room as all gazes eyed him. Say what now? He muttered. Perhaps it's too much of an exaggeration. I just mean that the time was heading down a particular path. However, when you decided to appear, it completely made those visions I had disappear completely. So, as I see it, those previous visions are impossible outcomes. Is that a good, or a bad thing? He stated. Again, nothing was said. However, he couldn't help but think that he had really proved that destiny was not something that was predetermined. Also, the renderer also sounded much better than the disruptor. I honestly believe it's a good thing. We've seen a glimpse of him with the entirety of his memories and he doesn't seem to be an asshole, Kado interjected, releasing the somewhat tense atmosphere. Memory lost. Fukasaku seemed to contemplate, and ignored the cursing of the Uchiha. Not an asshole, ha. Well, okay. Yes, from what little I've seen, the other Naruto was very kind if not brash, Nishi added. Much better, he was thankful for the vote of confidence. Fukasaku spoke once more. Well, other than that, where is the other one? The other one? Naruto asked. So there was someone else in a situation similar to him, appearing out of fucking nowhere. He lost himself in contemplation, then he was other great renderers. Except none had appeared with him from the sky somewhere. Mito was a sensory type, so it was impossible to hide from her, which meant they were nowhere nearby. It was also likely that they were in the same situation as him. In danger of dying, afflicted with amnesia. Whoever they were likely trying to figure out how to survive too. He couldn't do anything for them, but he had faith they would be okay in the end. I wish I knew, but truthfully the reason I came here is because I thought that I would find help here, he replied. Why is that? The toad asked. He showed them, turning around to let them see the inscribed kanji on his coat. The kanji written on my jacket, it's a bit worn out, but it says Mount Myoboku. Not only that, but apparently the real me knew you, as it was written in my journal. Yes, Nishi nodded. Those notes were the only reason why we were able to reach your settlement in quickly, otherwise we would have taken far longer. I'm sorry to say, but I have never met you before, Naruto, the old toad replied. Kado decided to join the talks. Yes, except in the journal he referred to you as master, and Naruto said something about nature energy and being reversed summoned to Mount Myoboku. Fukasaku shared a look with who was apparently his wife, but he couldn't remember her name. Other than that, she had purple afro hair, and with a similar colored cape. Great Lord Elder, he voiced. It seems to me that Naruto heralded from another dimension, so him and this other one are very powerful shinobi. Perhaps you have trained him in this other one. Creating a path towards this other dimension would be a massive feat indeed. Another pregnant, but more comfortable stillness filled the air from this revelation. Naruto could feel the eyes of the other three on him, and he felt slightly uncomfortable. Well then. The large old toad lifted the hush of the room. What is it that you want us to help you with, Naruto? Hold on, let me remind myself. He pulled out the journal, looking through the pages for what exactly he was asking for. He couldn't find it even after a few pages. However, Kado clapped her hands in impatience and spoke for him. Naruto asked me if you can do anything about his memory. Well, that one isn't one he asked, but I might as well say if you can do anything about it. His real request is that if you would send him back to the elemental nations as quickly as possible. Why as quickly as possible, if I may ask? Fukasaku voiced. Again, it was Kado that spoke for him, so apparently he entrusted her with his well-being. He had said that it was a matter of life and death for him, and that he must return to the Hidden Leaf Village before the next full moon. The next full moon? That's more than 3 weeks away, Fukasaku replied, either unconcerned or hopefully unworried. If it was that, then he had a plan that would get him back in time. Please? Kado declared. Stepping forward in front of him, he could hear the hoarseness of her voice. For his sake, he's a dear friend. I would never be able to live with myself. I did not do anything in my power to get him back. He was even more surprised to find Nishi and Keizumi kneeling before the 3 other sages. It was the noble that talked first. Naruto saved my life. However, I'm not asking you out of obligation to him, but as a friend. He may or may not remember the times, but I've come to truly enjoy the time I've spent with him during our travels. It was the tall lanky bodyguard that talked next, a voice filled with resolve escaped from him. I'm indebted to him, save him if you can. It still meant a lot to Naruto to beg like that for him. The sentiment was still there despite not being as wordy. He couldn't help but feel that his throat had thickened from emotion. He let out a shaky breath from the support he was being given. He even felt sorry for the times he had never knew he had spent with Nishi. Naruto eyed Fukasaku, along with the other 2 sages of Mount Myoboku. You have loyal friends, Naruto. Sadly there's nothing we can do with your memory, Fukasaku stated. But there's no need for you try, Kado. Even without future sight, I can see that Naruto will be influential in the times to come. All of you vouching and giving earnest pleas for Naruto boy only proves that. So, I'm asking Naruto boy, would you like to become the Toad's first summoner? Naruto sat in small house. It wasn't built for humans, as they weren't able to stand inside. Kuzumi was nearly touching the ceiling even while sitting down. Everyone sat inside and around a small table that none of their legs could go under. All of them were inside the home of Fukasaku and Shima. Yes, that was her name. Their home rather had a homey feel to it. It made him feel at ease. Warm colors of beige was colors of the walls, and some flowers were placed around in ceramic jars. Before they had come here, he was made to sign a contract with the Toads, signifying that he was now a summoner. Nishi and Kado had already explained much of things that needed to be explained for him, like where Konoha was located, but also about Mito and where to find her within the city. Well, as much as I liked to stay around, but I really must get everything ready for Naruto boy to leave by tonight. Fukasaku replied. He couldn't wait until all of these blew over so that he could finally relax. It couldn't come quicker. But, we probably have enough time to welcome you all with a quick feast. So I hope you all enjoy Shima's cooking. Wow, you're doing a whole lot, Naruto commented. Think nothing of it, Naruto boy, I'm sure a few fellows would be glad for a change of pace. It would also look terrible on us for failing our first summoner. Fukasaku then said his farewells as left to complete the duties for his travel back to the elemental nations. He talked idly with the others as a smell of food cooking filled the interior of the house. He sniffed. Smells like it's gonna be kinda tasty. It smells okay, I suppose, Nishi replied, but her next words were whispered. There, Toads. Do you think Shima will create dishes suitable for human consumption? Oh, good question. What do toads eat? Insects. Kado visibly shivered. While Kazumi said nothing, but looked paler than usual. Oh God, Nishi covered her mouth as in disgust. Let's hope not. Lady Shima, do you not mind if we bring some side dishes we have? Kazumi suddenly asked, which was actually surprising that he had talked. No, I don't mind at all. Shima replied from kitchen. Good thinking, you may as well saved our lives, Nishi replied. The blonde looked at everyone else, pale, greenish, sickly looking. Luckily Shima wasn't here to witness this display, as she had to help another toad. Kado looked like she was about to hurl. Even the sounds of regurgitation were heard before she suddenly stuffed herself with several cookies she had brought, saving her from humiliation. The ponytail she wore flayed from side to side as she shook her head in disbelief, mouth filled and all. Kazumi was still as a statue, his head resting into his hands as he looked pale and practically dead. His hummingbird pet Tensho happily dug into the bowl and feasted upon the larvae within. Yes, eat more so it looks like I ate, he whispered quietly. The last person, Nishi, she hugged herself as laid across the floor. Her long black hair was strewn all over, she mumbled a few things as she ate some sweets. She had puked nearly immediately upon her first bite, but she had luckily disgraced herself from a nearby window, instead of all over their food. Her pride as a noble had been broken, from what her whispers had told him. Naruto himself looked at his own bowl, it was empty. It was actually tasty. What the hell was wrong with him? Naruto, it's ready. The name sounded familiar. Oh right, it was his. His gaze was brought to a small toad, Fukasaku. His hands gripped the book he always carried, bringing it to read. At first he thought it was a novel, one he thought that was titled A Tale of a Gutsy Shinobi. However, it wasn't that. Instead was a slightly plain and worn-looking journal. Along inside was his shitty calligraphy writing. Damn, he really was losing it. At least his writing seemed to be more legible the more pages he turned. The latest pages told him to be ready, and to run to like hell to Konohigakyo, maybe. What happened here? The old toad asked, looking at the bodies lying about as if they'd been in a battle for their lives. Oh, they're just so full from the tasty food. Sick, you see. He laughed at his reasoning. He saw a glare directed at him from Nishi. It seemed to make Fukasaku very happy that he almost felt sorry for lying. Well, I should tell Ma that she should cook more later on, the toad said with a smile. No, please don't. Kado nearly shouted, before calming herself. I mean, it was just so filling that less would be even better, so we won't get sick next time. Well. That's okay too then, Fukasaku replied, unaware of their current condition with a pleased grin. I'll be sure to pass that along. Damn, she got out that with real grace. Naruto had to respect her quick thinking. He supposed he had to get back to the true manner at hand. Anyways, what do I have to do? Nothing. Tomorrow at sunrise is when our messenger arrives at Konoha. He was to arrive before Mito Uzumaki and summon you there. Everyone else seemed to be stirring from their trance they were put in earlier, from the new arrival and the realization that Naruto was leaving in the next dawn of the sun. It's late in the day and you all look exhausted from today's events, so I invite you stay within my home. Don't worry, I have another spare place. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Fukasaku, Nishi replied. She looked somewhat back to normal, other than the estranged hair that had been hastily put back into place. It's no problem, you are all guests within Mount Myoboku, and I'll be telling you what you may ask for tomorrow morning. It's not easy finding your way up here after all. Have a good night all of you, as the sage left his home for privacy. Everyone seemed to have fully recovered, and all were looking at him with some curiosity. The hummingbird landed on his shoulder, lightly pecking at his ear. It was Nishi that spoke first, as she bent forward as if in a prayer and bowed to him. Naruto, it was a pleasure to have your companionship and your protection for this long and arduous journey. I hope that you'll be fine, as I found that I enjoy your friendship. Regardless of your attempted great betrayal before, Kado graciously saved us. He couldn't help but laugh, and he hoped he never forgot this moment. He wanted at least one thing to remember on this journey. Hopefully he would retain this when his memory returned. Thanks, sorry I couldn't come back with you, so I suppose it's only right that I get half of it. Why? The expedition was a success. Nah, I kinda feel bad about it. She held out a hand, which halted his protests. I'll take out a quarter, as the most difficult objective is behind us. With you not joining us back, that'll also be cheaper. Nishi seemed fairly adamant on her stance, so he might as well relent. It was probably as good as he was going to get. Sure, it was nice traveling with you, Nishi. Likewise. He turned to Keizumi. He only held out his hand for a shake, which he returned and gave a brisk nod. Thank you once again. Naruto wasn't sure, but he didn't bother questioning it. His gaze turned to the Kado that sat across from him behind the small table that still bore some larvae and other insects. Hope that you'll be well soon, huh? Yeah, me too. It'll work out, she flashed a smile. He wondered if it was the first time that he had doubts about it. Because he felt it now, but he allowed himself to be reassured by her words. Well, I don't think much needs to be said. We'll obviously see other after you leave. He nodded in agreement. Kado was a great friend. He wondered what else he had forgotten on their trip here. Anyways, let's get rid of this food because it's getting me sick again, Kado announced. He let out a chuckle as he grabbed a bowl to dispose of, as everyone else did the same. Mito felt anxious, dreadful worry filled her. They had another 3.5 weeks until the second full moon would reveal itself. Perhaps she needed another drink for the inevitable close timing they would have. She trusted that he would say he would return sooner than she thought. Not only would they have to plant these seals around the land of water, then they had successfully evade any shinobi. Not doing so would likely cause political unrest, and perhaps a war. She could suppress her own chakra, but Naruto would likely be a problem. Since his sudden appearance, she would awake in the morning, distractingly perform her duties, try to sense for the nine tails anywhere in the direction in the land of water, as well as practice for long hours to use his flying thunder god technique. She had been able to recreate the seal, but not take it off. She would then struggle to fall asleep, restlessness would capture her and she would stare at her ceiling until it finally took her. She would awake groggy, exhausted and try to make it through the day. She practically had no social encounters for a long while, as yet another Uzumaki she had known for a significant amount had left for home. Her sister Emi had left just yesterday. She was saddened that she couldn't talk with her much, but she understood. It was her day off, and she spent her free time lounging in her room. Not exactly, as she currently trying to replicate the seal's properties that made Naruto teleport. Her hair was damp, from the bath she had taken. She had her nightgown on as she studied. Mito was close, she could feel it. There was a faint knock on the door and she lazily stood up from her bed to answer it. However, when she opened it she could not find the person who knocked. Down here there sat a small green toad with little goggles on and a blue scarf. It was a talking toad. She hadn't met a talking toad before. "You are Mito Uzumaki, correct?" "Yes, I am," she replied, looking curiously at his small dressed toad. "Good, mission accomplished, of course. I was asked to summon someone before you," it replied as what looked like a smirk appeared on its face. It went through various hand scenes before it slammed his palms to the ground. It felt like a sun had exploded her sensing abilities, and she knew immediately who it was. "Oh, hey Mito. Missed ya," Naruto declared. Their time in the land of water was eventless. The only trouble was trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. They had to go on boat rides to get to the other islands. Because of that, most of their time was spent on boats. She planted the seals for Naruto's technique as many places as she could. The travel was restless. At first, they had talked much in the first week since his return. However, it had lessened significantly over the course of their travel. Naruto kept more to himself, and the book he held his hands never left his side. Now, she didn't want to speak to him anymore. Mito placed her hand on a large boulder, enough for several people to stand on. A seal formed on the base and she stood back up. She gazed at the midday sea islands, which meant more places to place the seals, especially the larger ones. There was always the sound of rushing water and waves. She was getting sick of it. "Mito." She looked behind her. Naruto sat on a rock, looked at islands. His words sounded grave. His eyes spoke resignation, one that did not fit his beautiful eyes. It filled her with such grief. "I've been forgetting stuff, I'm not sure how much time passes. Sometimes I see the sun, only to see the moon." It was the same, nearly every other day. Mito couldn't say anything. She felt her throat constrict. He had already said it the other day. She focused on walking forward, because he would forget about this conversation again. Sometimes, I've had a hard time recalling what we were doing, why we are out here. I don't even remember that anymore. I don't understand what you're going through, and I never want to. I just know that I'm doing everything I can to help you. She replied emotionlessly. He followed her shadow. She was exhausted of the conversation with him, it drained her. There was an emptiness that she felt in her chest whenever he talked. I'm not sure how you're not completely gone yet. It's because you're here. Pardon. Things feel all right when I'm with you, even when I'm not. He let out a laughter that was not appropriate in the slightest. It only served to hurt her. I'm not going to make it, aren't I? She swallowed thickly. You've placed your faith in me, you've said that everything will be okay, and right now, it's what I need. Because I need to believe in those words right now, to trust you. That everything will be all right. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet. Sorry, I didn't mean. You're afraid, I don't think I could ever handle it. He smiled. Naruto brought out a journal that never left his side. He quickly wrote a few things down. They had been in the land of water for a while. They had left within the hour when he had arrived at her doorstep. All their gear assembled. He had followed with easy vigor, a grin and total willingness. Now it was different. There were moments when he took in the cool air, the ice-cold droplets hitting his face. The sway of the rocky boat and the stink of fish. He was tired of the smell, sick of it. It was a nice reprieve whenever the journey was off the boat. However, the scent of the sea was always nearby. Then he realized that it wasn't the odor of fish that he hated. Where was he now? The last thing he recalled was that he was walking through a town, the smell of cooked fish and spice still fresh on his mind. He had been hungry, but it seemed that he no longer was. He gazed at the flames, no smoke appeared. Which was an odd thing to see. Black drawings and glyphs were placed at the base of the fire. He was in a cave, or rather it was closer to a wide hole in a rocky cliff. Large enough to shelter 2 people and small fire. Light poured in from the right, a setting sun lit the thicket of the trees. Or was it dawn? Of course, his memories seemed to have failed him. There were so many gaps that he couldn't quite place. Can't think of times past if they were never there to begin with. Something small and rectangular was felt in his hands and he gazed down to see that he held a book. There was an odd sensation, that he must always keep it on his person. That it could never be let out of sight or he would lose himself completely with whatever affliction that he carried. As he flipped it open, it wasn't a book, but rather a journal that belonged to him. He leaned forward and made sure that the flames properly lit up the writing on the pages. There was a lot, each with varying degrees of detail. Some of the earlier writings were shorter, but as he continued deeper they began to be more vivid and longer. His finger traced underneath the lines of text. The ink blurred, so he stopped that. There was a bookmark on one of the pages that he had skimmed through, and he returned to the page to see what it might hold. Mito Uzumaki, an amazing, caring, pretty woman. She likes cinnamon buns, speaking a little complicated but otherwise is fun to be around. You kinda wish she showed you more of herself. She has beautiful red hair, usually tied into some buns. No idea what kind of hairstyle it might, but it's look great on her. Trust me, you'll know her when you see her. Don't forget. All right. There was a lot written about Mito. everything they had done together. A chronicle of events and fondness written in him. He flipped through a page, and continued to read before the last line. Don't forget her, is that so much to ask? These words written were his, that much he knew. Now, where was he again? He gazed up at flames, no smoke appeared. Which was an odd thing to see. Black drawings and glyphs were placed at the base of the fire. He was in a cave, so it was dark inside. Light poured in from the right, a setting sun lit the thicket of the trees. Or was it dawn? Naruto stared out at the trees, a squirrel was seen bolting from tree to tree. Weaving through the branches. The light grew darker with each passing minute. I suppose I'm not that good of a friend, am I? A feminine sigh. Naruto looked opposite of him. A woman with red hair sighed against the rocks. She looked exhausted. Her eyes closed, and took a sip from a steaming cup. She must have always been there, or unless he forgot she was there. He didn't know what she was alluding to. Naruto wondered how many times he had thought that there was something wrong with him. It must have been many. Yeah, I guess so. He replied. She hung her head. I think that was a moment when you're supposed to reassure my confidence. Oh, well, I guess you can't depend on me for that, he chuckled. I suppose, I enjoy that you're here. It's like I still have purpose even when I don't know what that might be. I don't know, everything I try to think of just feels wrong, even the one I just said. A smile formed on her lips. A sad one. Naruto focused on the pages once again. This was his only guide to keeping track of where the hell he was. He flipped through the last pages until he stopped right before it went blank. The land of water. At the bottom of every page there was a number that was underlined. Words beside them signaled to ask Mito. How much longer? He asked. 1 more week. She said quietly. He wondered if he asked that already. He wasn't sure if he could write anything. He expected more light, and when he looked out there was significantly less light than he thought. I'll have to stifle the fire now. Why? So, no one sees us. Naruto referred to his journal. He read through the writing. They were looking for the 9 tails. They weren't supposed to be in the land of water. The fire died as she poured a bucket of water over it. There was still no smoke. He leaned back against the small cave and looked outside. Not much to see but a thicket of trees. But he could hear the waves crashing against a distant shore. The sun drew to a close, that left darkness in the land. He could hear the rumblings of a faraway thunderstorm. Soon, he couldn't see the woman leaning against the wall. Then he couldn't see anything at all. He could only hear the slow breathing and the approaching storm. Naruto felt like that was nothing left for him, that he was fucked no matter what he did. What was worse was that he didn't remember the woman at all. When the full moon hung in the sky. When the 9 tails flared its chakra. She would have to get there as quickly as possible. The connection between Naruto and the tailed beast was still lost on her. However, it was only her only option at this point. So, there was nothing left to do. Naruto's condition was deteriorating quickly. Mito couldn't think of might happen to him. She didn't want to. Mito gazed up at the darkening sky. The full moon. She had noticed it long ago. 3.5 weeks of constant traveling, all that work would cultivate tonight. The hairs on her neck stood as she paced around the alleyway of a small fishing village. Naruto hadn't explained when exactly the 9 tails would show itself. or why exactly. Nor had he described as to why the Nine Tails would do a thing. It was the day of the full moon. So, Mito had reasoned that it can be any time today. They hadn't done much at all, only ready to move as quickly as possible. Most of her thoughts centered around that. It made sense, she had to be there before anyone else arrived. This was the only course now. Naruto sat on the floor, the constant sound of pages being turned. He said nothing anymore, he had wordlessly followed her the past week. Mito hadn't eaten today, her stomach only being filled with flips and anxiousness. She continued to pace around the alleyway. Most of her focus were on her sensory abilities. She wasn't sure if time passed quickly, or it was a slow agonizing crawl. All she knew that Naruto didn't so much as look up, his attention only on the journal he kept. When she felt it, it was like her heart had stopped. Mito immediately halted the nervous pace. She could feel it. It was monumental. Tumultuous. Fear struck her heart for a moment. It was distant. The chakra that belonged to the nine-tailed fox. A creature full hatred. Despite that Naruto wasn't a censor, he gazed toward the direction of the build-up in chakra. She had to concentrate on where exactly it was, the approximate location. It was far, down at the southern edges of the country, and they were in the northeast. The power of the beast sent a shiver through her spine, goosebumps trailed up her arms. Everyone within the country, or perhaps the land of fire, would have felt this. It didn't matter if they were sensory shinobi or not. Action sprung to her feet and she quickly reached Naruto, his gaze had a puzzled look to him. "You trust me, right?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "I've been following you around, haven't I? You make too much sense." She grabbed a hold of his hand. "Let's go save you." She concentrated on the direction of a seal, towards where the nine tails hid. "Yeah, I want to remember you again." Her concentration broke. "I need to focus, please don't say anything more." Mito closed her eyes and focused again. There it was, one of the seals she planted on a tree. This was still fairly difficult to achieve. The gravity shifted, and she was falling on her side. Her arm extended to soften the small fall. Naruto crashed on his side and groaned. "Sorry," she said. "It's different with another." Still, they traveled a distance in an instant that would have taken an hour. "We'll have to continue to do this until we reach the nine tails." "All right." It was difficult to even locate the seals. She would stop, grab a part of him, concentrate on the next seal, and teleport there. Rinse, repeat. Sometimes the technique was performed cleanly, they would land upright and on their feet. Other attempts would end up like the first. She could feel her trembling limbs, sweat built on her brow. It was more physically taxing than she thought. It was disorienting after multiple consecutive jumps. Her mastery over the technique wasn't great, she must have been wasting large amounts of chakra. The power of the nine tails could still be felt. She had to get there as quickly as possible. Before anyone else can arrive there. No longer in civilization, the only light came from the moon and any distant villages or towns. Their incandescent light emitting a warm glow in the horizon. There were also the numerous lighthouses. It was darkness, she could barely see the distinguishable features that belonged to Naruto. There was only consuming darkness as she teleported them from seal to seal. Only her deep, restrained breathing as she centered her attention on performing the technique. They arrived, or rather as closely as they possibly can. It was like she was seated far too close to the furnace. Crashing waves and howling winds. She could taste the salt in the air and she shivered. It was almost like the earth was violently reacting to the power of the nine tails. Despite the abundance of sound, she could barely see a thing. Only the shimmer of the moon as it reflected off the surface of the ocean. Mito crouched, her hands resting on her thighs as she caught her breath. She had been at it for a while, but the passage of time was lost on her. Her eyes gazed into the darkness towards where the beast lay. She strained her eyes, and saw a silhouette of a large island in the distance. Water walking across with the unruly waves would be impossible. Mito weaved through a few hand signs, her hands formed like she held a ball and pointed into the sky. "Shield your eyes," she said. An encompassing white light erupted from her hands. Despite that her eyes were closed, the technique was powerful enough that it took several moments for her eyes to adjust to the blinding light. The vast chakra being emitted halted. Mito became aware of the intensity of her own heartbeat. She glanced toward Naruto, who gazed at the island with almost childlike curiosity. She focused on the island. The light provided a clear view. It wasn't as far as she initially thought. If she could attach a seal to something that could be thrown, they wouldn't have to swim. Mito dug into her bag and fetched a sealing scroll. She placed her hands over the formula before a windmill shuriken appeared. She placed one of his flying thunder god seals on one of the large blades. She stood up, and unfolded the blade properly and made sure it was secured in place. Her hands tightly grasped the handle as she locked in on her target. The wind was at her back, so now would be a great time to throw. Mito launched herself into the air and with a grunt threw the oversized shuriken at the island. Mito watched it soar in the air until it struck the grass. "Let's go get your memories back." Mito crept into the cave. It was a large cave, the ceiling being another several feet above. Another, soft glow of light hanging over her head. The cave was unnatural as it can be, like something had torn a hole through it. Bits of rocky debris littered the cave and it formed a straight path. Several trails of deep gashes were dug into the unpacked earth. The ground was uneven, making it long to traverse through. That didn't count all the large debris in the way. While the nine tails had halted the flare of its chakra, she could still feel it. It was close, far too close for comfort. She halted and immediately extinguished the light when she saw the cave widen further ahead. It was dark, she couldn't see the beast that lay inside. Did it know that they were here? She didn't dare say a word, she didn't so much as breath loudly. Mito created another light, a much softer glow, like a firefly. Naruto was in front of her, the light was strong enough to distinguish his features. His blue eyes, the blonde hair, those whiskers marks of his. They looked at one another. Naruto then looked to where the nine tails lay. Then he walked forward, and she followed. This was it. When they stepped out of the cavern, she could already feel the movement of something large coming. A large orange-furred hand came into view that wrapped around him, disappearing from view. "Naruto!" Mito yelled. She fired the light into the air, and it grew in intensity. Like a second sun in the air. "Mito Uzumaki." It was a voice that spoke. Imposing, animalistic. It echoed throughout the large cave. A deep chuckle reverberated through the air. The orange visage of the nine-tailed. Large, mountainous. The nine-tails' blood-red eye focused on her. "To think I would see you again," it said. She was in shock, her gaze locked into the imposing tailed beast. How do you know my name? It smiled, its fang bared. From another time, another life. The fox looked at the hand where it had captured Naruto. Ah, relax. You always were rigid. She didn't. And why was this beast talking like they were familiar with one another? You might as well see for yourself. It said. The hand that had Naruto came back down, before a figure dropped its clutches. Naruto landed on his feet. He didn't look at her, but looked at his hands as he squeezed them tightly into a fist several times before he turned them around. Naruto. She stated, stupefied. He gazed up, and the fox moved itself lower, its snout being right behind him and rested its head on its hand. Like it was trying to get comfortable. Naruto was unconcerned about its movement, and didn't bother to glance back. Naruto crossed his arms and frowned at her. Then, he scratched his head as walked backwards at the fox. Mito watched him seat himself beside the paw of the giant orange fox and leaned against it. So many thoughts were going through her head now. What the hell is going on? It was almost like right before her eyes he had transformed into someone else. Gone, the careless aura he carried with him. He looked different. Naruto merely smiled. Heh. Mito looked warily at the nine-tailed fox, who seemed disinterested and regarded her with an eye. Are you okay, Naruto? Yeah, that's my name all right. And yeah, I'm all fine now, Mito. He swept his hand through his golden locks. His brow was furrowed, as if in concentration. Let me just think for a bit. She was still on guard, something he noticed. It was easy to see why, a tailed beast casually laid in front of her. Don't worry, he won't attack you in any way. Naruto said, trying to sound assuring. And even if he did, I won't let him, isn't that right, Kurama? PFTT, shut up you moron, the fox said, as if they were buddies. Despite those words and exchange, she didn't let down her guard in the slightest. Her eyes never leaving the giant orange fox. Naruto smiled, he's just mad. It'll probably be a while before I can explain some stuff. Do you remember anything? What did it do to you? She asked. I'm hurt. The fox known as Kurama replied sarcastically. Seeing such a sight, the demon fox acting like, was such a sight to behold. Yup. I remember everything. He looked at his hands as he played with them. Everything we've done together. Almost like I was there myself. He looked up at there, no longer was there uncertainty. Confidence was a familiar look, but it looked different. Like he also carried experience with it. Naruto wasn't lying, he didn't talk for a significant amount of time, neither did the fox move or comment. It was such an unusual thing to witness, as he always had something to say. Whether it was completely meaningless or not. She seated down on the cold damp floor, facing towards to the duo. Her technique still present in the air, their only source of light. Naruto's expression continually changed, ranging from all sorts of emotions. Mito found herself anxious. What if he had completely changed from the person she knew as? He always seemed detached the 2 times they had met. Now so close to figuring out who exactly Naruto was, and doubts were constantly surfacing. Incredibly hesitant, she focused on the feeling of chakra, her ability to sense it. She was surprised at one thing, not her objective however. The fox's chakra wasn't as malicious as she remembered it, and she would never forget such a dreadful feeling. It also seemed it wasn't trying to hide its chakra anymore. Its chakra also seemed to be surrounding Naruto, carefully hidden, almost linked between them. What could cause such a thing? Hopefully it would answered by him. Her curiosity was at its climax, and she wasn't so focused on that anymore. Merely on the well-being and state of Naruto. Focusing on the blonde, she searched past the chakra surrounding Naruto, like a thin sheet of water. It was even more brilliant than she remembered it. It made her feel warm, safe. The feeling of chakra of a person could change. His seemed to feel significantly brighter. She liked him. It was just really, really, really weird. Now she only had to wait. Why did she have to acknowledge these feelings now? Minutes passed, the suspense hanging on every second. It was torturous. The only sound was the deep rumbling breathing of the fox and the water dripping from within the cave. Naruto let out a large sigh, startling her from the sudden sound in the deep silence of the cave they were in. Man, all this is confusing. He swore. That seemed to be one thing that was still present. And Mito had to agree. His next sentence she didn't even have time to react or to suggest anything. His next words were said nonchalantly. Like, how do I even explain this? So I might as well say it, I'm a time traveler. Excuse me. Waiting for clarification. However, it seemed that he was completely serious. That sounds absolutely absurd. Well, it's the truth. Believe me. It took her several moments to answer. You mean, like from novels? Going back into the past and traveling to the future. That kind of time traveler. She said to reassure that she hadn't imagined it. Yes, exactly like that time traveler. Back and forth. Going back was easy, but it turns out going forward is trickier than we thought. He replied. Are you certain? Oh yes, definitely. He found something amusing about it. It was all unbelievable. Why hadn't you told me before? Well, other than having no time to explain. It was too weird to explain. Something like, oh by the way I'm a time traveler, goodbye didn't seem like a great idea. Oh. She replied. It made sense. This was just, all very weird. From where? When? Home. He tapped his chin. He was still expressive. About 80 years in the future. It's also why Kurama knows you too. You were the first Jinchuriki, I'm the third. Jinchuriki. Yup, Kurama was sealed into you, then in my mom and finally into me. Naruto regarded the fox. It explained the broken seal that was on his stomach. He's not inside me right now, usually that would kill me, blame the time travel. Is that the reason you lost your memories? Mito asked. Yeah, he replied. It might have something to do with my time travel. Physical and spiritual aspects of chakra, along with time and space, type things. Anyways, the spiritual part separated from my physical energy, with most of my memories. Like I told you, chakra can stay around for a while, but only for a while. So my chakra was fading, and when I was as good as dead it went away completely. That made sense. So, where were you? He laughed, funnily enough, inside Kurama, or at least my chakra was. Honestly, I'd rather not think about it much longer, it's the only thing I've thought about since I first came here. You weren't the one to figure it out. Kurama muttered. She didn't need to know that. Naruto mumbled. Well, she wanted to laugh, but this was still an odd thing. Shock was still present. So, you've tamed the 9 tails. Naruto smiled. You got that exactly right. Shut up, you idiot. The fox yelled, which surprised her. There were several factors. Like how the fox's reaction were like between two friends, and that it made no movement against Naruto. It might as well be true. Naruto laughed, and sent her a wink. Yes, this was weird situation. Naruto stood up from his seated position. And she realized that she had found herself seated against the stone wall. She wasn't sure when she had done this. He approached, his face became invisible from her technique, which was the only source of light. Naruto sat beside her, giving a comforting smile. You don't mind, right? He was close, their hips almost touching. No. I don't. She rather liked it. The fox was more like against them now. Despite being an ally to Naruto. This was still a strange predicament. I'm just kidding around with Kurama. He's my partner. He has been there every step of the way. He smiled. Admittedly not the best influence through the entire time. We've hated each other, but we're partners. I trust him, and he trusts me. Mito regarded the fox with a careful eye. Though, I wasn't kidding that I tamed him. I beat him in a fight. She looked at the fox, which carried a frown. It gave a little growl of displeasure. He's right. Then it closed its eyes and looked away like it was ashamed of its admission. Mito relaxed. What about the Hyuga woman? Naruto's form went rigid, his voice flat. That's someone who was very important to me. His blue eyes looked icy. There's a reason why we came here, but we're no strangers to pain, aren't we? You're from the warring clans period. They were silent for a while. Naruto sighed, I'm not really sure what else to talk about. Other than. She had to agree. Any other questions had been forgotten by the situation and stress over the past several weeks. She looked at him, a spark of curiosity erupting inside her. Other than what? He gave an embarrassed smile, his hands went the nape of his neck. I'm not even sure where to start. It's like everything reset for us. Us. That sounded foreign. Okay, this is enough for me. I'm going to sleep. The fox announced. It moved away, but there wasn't a lot of room for the fox to move around in. There was the loud sweeping of earth as the fox changed its position away from them. She saw the right side of its eye close, as well as its ears. This was very strange. What do you mean by that? She asked. Bringing back the conversation. Naruto looked at for a long moment that almost made her feel uncomfortable. Finally, he looked at the fox. Hey, I have all these memories of you. Except, it's kinda like looking through a window. Mine, but not exactly. Someone else was doing my actions, sort of. You're losing me on this. I'm losing myself at it too, he grinned. Let's say I'm talking about me with no memories. I know you, but it also feels like I don't. That doesn't even count how private you are. There are a few things that I would have done differently. But I'm thankful for that too, otherwise I would have never gotten to know you because I would have left immediately. Her hand was grasped and he held in between both of his own. She felt her stomach curl, and words seemed hard to form. This was strange. I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind making more memories together. He gave a smile. Is that okay? I would like that. She felt a soft smile curl at her lips. Silence. There was the cerulean of his eyes. Her heart raced. Somehow, everything felt it might shatter. Mito wasn't quite sure when he had edged closer. Or she had, or if they were both responsible. What was certain, was that her lips were on his. It was simple, incredibly brief. Like her mind went blank and this was all there was. That was all that mattered. This was delightful. He leaned back, the kiss ended. Naruto's bangs hid his eyes, and he looked at the fox, then at the incandescent technique that brilliantly shone above. It's been a long 3 weeks, hasn't it? For you at least, there's still some holes from that time. I think I'd rather not remember them. Mito yawned, stressful. That it was. The feeling of the kiss was still fresh. A wave of exhaustion hit her. She placed her pack behind her to lean against a softer surface. It was surprisingly warm inside. It was probably because of the fox itself, whose deep breathing can be heard. Let's get some sleep, and get out of here before people arrive. Naruto did the same as she did. She asked if he was ready and he gave nod. She light in the cavern blinked out of existence. The sounds of breathing, the crashing waves outside. It's almost like things have reset. Almost. She replied in the darkness. She leaned closer to him, feeling his warmth. You don't mind, right? She could imagine the smile on his face. Nope. This was strange but nice. She couldn't really believe it. Here she was, standing atop a seemingly docile 9-tailed fox. The only source of light was a ray of light through cracks in the cavern. They had woken up not long ago, and Naruto suggested they start moving before Shinobi arrived. Mito felt the fur underneath her feet, some touched her toes on the sandals she wore. The fox willingly followed Naruto's command. What are going to do? She asked. First, we're going to find my best friend. There's another one of you. Yup. Gotta find him, just in case he's in trouble too. Naruto said. He fetched inside his bag and retrieved the kunai that he had. He suddenly turned bright yellow that lit up the inside the cave. It was like he was on fire. She remembered this transformation. Do you want to come along? Of course. He smiled as he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder with this transformation he was in. And then, she turned gold too. She gazed at her hands, stripes of black and the yellow glow appeared everywhere on her body. It wasn't just that either, it was like her sensory capabilities heightened as well. Mito could even feel her sister from this distance. He was reminded of how close they were to the land of water. I can't seem to sense him, maybe his chakra is low, or he's far. I'll need to mold some chakra. What if he was in the same state as you were? We have a special connection, even if he lost some of his memories, he'll still feel this. Naruto placed his hands together in a generic seal. He took a deep breath before his chakra skyrocketed. Now. This was scary. His chakra rose to incredible lengths, seemingly going higher with no end in sight. His chakra felt different, and she realized that it was mixed along with the 9 tails. If she made a comparison, it was larger than Hashirama's. Naruto wasn't kidding. With how potent it was, people across the country would be able to sense it. Even now, she felt a distant legion of shinobi. They had stopped at a cluster of towns. Likely as to defend against an angry fox, but the beast wasn't angry. Naruto halted, a concentrated look on his face. He flinched and the chakra he molded disappeared. He looked at a direction. Wow, that guy is far. We'll start right away. He sent a glance at her. Hold on to Kurama, would you? He held his hand out, and a large yellow disc made of chakra was formed. She followed his command. He threw the technique at wall, it cut a large hole through and it continued past before she heard an explosion outside of it. With the kunai, he threw it outside. "Kurama, time to get some fresh air, yeah," Naruto replied. "At least until you get sealed back into me," the fox grunted in approval. The scene changed instantly, from the barely lit cavern to the rising sun and open ocean. Sunlight blinded her, an early morning mist covered the water. The sudden change of scenery disorientated her, and she realized they were over the ever-changing sway of the ocean. Naruto stood there unaffected, winds flicking his hair wildly, his orange eyes locked onto the distance. "Are we flying?" Mito voiced in amazement. She had to yell from how harsh the wind was. "Yup. Cool, right? It's spectacular," she voiced, and he gave a wonderful grin. Mito looked at the islands that passed by, the sight of town in the distance. It would be safe to assume that the giant fox flying would be a terrifying sight. Naruto sat down, and she did the same. The wind lessened down some, protected by the fox. A question formed in her mind. "What would you have done if I didn't come here?" "Kurama would have come for my body. Wouldn't be a pretty sight with if Hashirama and Madara were there. He came with a plan for that, but he winked. I believed in you though." Mito smiled. "I wish I heard that last week. We have some time to talk, we'll be flying a while after all." So, they talked. "Where are we?" she asked. In every direction was a sea of giant trees, taller than the fox itself. She gazed at the ground below, a field of grass that swayed with the wind. She could sense someone nearby, which must have been Naruto's friend. They lowered as they neared the person. "No idea," was his response. The flying fox fell from the sky, the ground rumbled beneath the massive weight of the fox. It silently flattened a section of the grass, and Naruto leapt from fox and onto the section. She joined him, and noticed the grass was taller than she was. The fox flattened a trail for them for walk, which confused her because tailed beasts were not like this at all. She noticed that the person they were looked for was already walking this path towards them. "There you are, Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed. "I mean, you remember who I am, right?" The man didn't say anything as he approached. He had long raven hair, it shadowed over one of his eyes. His black clothing looked worn, otherwise, it looked like he had been living in solitude. His eyes glanced over where she stood. He had a fully matured Sharingan. An Uchiha. He turned his attention to Naruto. "Why wouldn't I?" Sasuke replied. Naruto smiled, his hands hanging around his neck. "It's great to see you after so long. Thought something bad might have happened to you." There was a barely noticeable smile. "It's nice to you too, anyone in fact. I bet. I couldn't sense a person around here at all. Anyways, as I was saying earlier, lost my memories for a long while, so I thought it happened to you too." He gave a more in-depth explanation of the situation he had been in. "Did you? That explains why you didn't come sooner." "Yup, what's wrong with you? You can fly too," Naruto replied. Sasuke's eye glanced at her. Naruto followed his gaze. "Oh right. This is Mito, she helped me get my memories back. This is Sasuke Uchiha, my best friend. Mito Uzumaki. The wife of the first Hokage." He muttered. "Wife of the first Hokage? Yep. The very same. Naruto said uncertainly. He stared at Naruto for a moment before he sighed. To answer your question, my chakra has been practically inexistent. I've been unable to utilize my eye powers, but I'm slowly recovering. Oh, Naruto muttered. They were silent for a while. This was a conversation that she was unsure that she could help in. She was just a witness. It's like our problems were opposite. Sasuke spoke. I see, my chakra was on the physical side, while yours was spiritually. He looked at her for a moment. Do you know about the time travel? Naruto told me. He nodded and looked to Naruto. Seeing as you were back home, did you find out the side effects? Naruto looked at her quizzically, before making up his mind. Since the former leaders of Uchiha and Senju were, well gone, the villages had sprung up years earlier. I can't really say much else since I haven't the entire time there either. Her eyes widened. Are you saying both of you were responsible for the deaths of Hashirama and Madara's fathers? Yes. Sasuke replied. But this has nothing to do with you. We were investigating what effects it had when we returned to our specific time. She didn't know what to feel. Naruto crossed his arms. Didn't even reach a decade, our test was nothing compared to the real thing. It didn't really work out so well after all. Going forward nearly killed us. I agree. Sasuke gazed into the blue sky for a long moment, before he gave a deep sigh. We'll manage in this time then. I'm tired of this forest, let's leave when I grab my gear. He left them behind as he disappeared through the path of the large grass. Naruto had a look of concentration as she approached. You killed their parents. We played a part in it, yeah. Sasuke wanted to experiment with the time travel. Since they died anyway. Yeah, I know. Not exactly the best, but the world might as well ended Mito. What we're trying to do is prevent that. Mito took a breath, she trusted him. I understand. Naruto gave a soft smile. We don't really have to do much else honestly, we've already did what we had to do. We can stop a few wars from happening, but that's about it. Sasuke returned a moment later, a scroll in hand. Here, this dropped from your bag. Don't say nothing about it, but it helped pass the time. Naruto caught the scroll, an quizzical look, it turned into a sad smile. Jiraiya's book. Like it? It was good. Sasuke launched himself on top of the fox who had been silently listening. Naruto followed immediately and she joined them. There was a gloomy ambience to them. Both gazed off into the distance, like they didn't want to look each other. Mito grasped his hand and squeezed. He didn't say anything for a moment. This is what I've been thinking about ever since I came here, all those months. I knew, but I needed to make sure we were on the same page. Were you thinking about leaving? Even after you said those words to me? She asked. He chuckled, my emotions get the better of me. Sorry. It's fine. Naruto had friends. Family perhaps. The people he knew from his time he wouldn't see again for a long time, if ever. Naruto glanced at her, he squeezed her hand. I don't know what will happen in the future anymore, but I hope it'll be a good one. It was time to get to know one another better. Mito smiled. I hope so too. That's it for this video, guy. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel. Also tell me your recommendations in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.